Would you like a cup of water? Because you look thirsty as fuck right now.
Ooh, a piece of candy. Ooh, a piece of candy. Ooh, a piece of candy.
Hey yo, what up, Bears? Sorry about that. I was going to get water and yeah, at the start of the stream. So what's going on? Yeah, sorry, the game's weird. Like I don't click on it, it doesn't actually. Oh God. Whew. What up, Edge? What up, Bears? Yeah, it's black. So since I don't have the game in full screen, and I don't like game cap, I'm not like if I click off the screen right now, it'll pause the game, as you can see. So when I launch the game, if I'm not actually clicked on it, it won't off black screen. Oh, but anyway, we're back. We got water. We're all sorted, set it up, ready to go. Oh man, thanks for the hydrate as well. What up, Edge? How you doing today? Yo, Edge. I was talking with Hab last night. I know you were kind of there. Did you see the Path of Buildings he sent me? There's this one. What was the other one? Yeah, and this one. Oh man, these ones look really cool. So they're basically AFK builds using Blood Notch. So basically how it works. Edge, are you even there? Can you hear me? I know like it took me a few minutes to come back to the computer, but curious if you're actually here. So I think today we're gonna switch to Elite after we figure out the last of the couple quests that we have left. That we might have to Google some of them. Once Edge gets back to me, we'll take a gander at those builds. Those builds are cool. So this is a rare shoulder for level 70. It's Fire, Chaos, and Element versus our Fizz shoulders. So this could be useful. Does give us all res, which means we lose Pierce and Poison. Kinda sucks. And then this is a two-handed sword, which is bad. Weapon. Pants. Here's cold. Nope. Alright, we get these. This is lead. Bleed. Also Fizz. This is a decent ring. But not from my build. Yo, what up, Tope? What's going on, man? Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate you stopping in. Bro, that thing's dog water. Okay, and then this is two-handed axe, also dog water. Alright, so this item doesn't seem bad. Good armor. It's got a little fire, a little LE. It's just the resets are a little wonky on it. That'll eventually replace these low 40s. I think we're good to get going. Like I said, I might have to look up a few quests today. This one was, yeah, Runes of Abadi, right, which was over here. You guys can hear me, right? Just making sure, not just talking to myself. Question is where is the place we're looking? Yeah, Bears, we're trying to get the last few of them done. So the one we're doing right now is eliminate the Guardians of Temple of something something. I'm looking for a temple that's supposedly in these runes somewhere. I guess. All right. And once we finish up all these quests, at least the ones that we can get done, we will move on to the next difficulty. Most people recommend going right to Ultimate and skipping Elite, but I kind of feel like since it's my first playthrough, I'll just do it in order. It's going to be a lot slower of a playstyle, but I don't know. I'm really torn. Like, I think the two-hander has its like pros, but I do like the idea of the shield. But at the same time, since I'm making a full conversion from fizz to fire, I'm not sure if the shield would be worth it for this. Because it does give all damage, which is a nice little buff. Because that'll work no matter what. But it does give like flat fizz, and I don't know if that flat fizz comes in before the conversion or not, because I know most things don't. So I'm kind of torn. I don't know which one to, pull one. So I don't know which one would overall be possibly stronger. Oh, Ed, you there? Wait, I was talking to you a minute ago. I wasn't sure if you were there. I think a new build could be good. I wasn't sure if you were here last night when me and Hav were talking about Blood Notch builds. And he sent me two POBs that are like AFK builds. Like they're builds designed to go into like Cinerlacums. Uh, that you can basically just stand there and walk away to a point, right? They're expensive builds to actually get to the full AFK part, but they're kind of insane. One of them is it starts out okay, so basically they're the same build, but one is the step above, right? Where you convert from this build to the second build. And the first one, which is RF AFK. So you have RF plus so you have RF as your one of your main damages, but then you add in detonate dead on top of it that removes corpses, so you can't die to like random corpse explosions or things like that. It's a corpse remover. And then you take advantage of refreshing ignites because yeah, I mean the thing is like the shrapnel build could be good and could be cool if you had the currency for it. It was just an idea and it just happened to not work out. But I like this edge because obviously I'm an RF player, you know that. The RF itself has about 1,000,000 DPS in this build. I don't know how expensive it is. Right now I'd have to like look at it a little bit further, how expensive it would be to get to this. Um, but it runs off of petrified blood with blood notch for healing and guaranteed being stunned over and over again, and everything auto casts. So every time you were quote unquote stunned, it automatically casts detonate dead. It automatically casts these like other abilities that extend the your ignites, and then it automatically casts your curse, right? And the reason that works so well is because of the chieftain explosions. Remember, what you have a 5% chance to explode something, right? For 500% of damage. So when something explodes and it doesn't die, you have a 100% chance to ignite by getting ignite chance throughout your tree. Obviously, the best way to do it is getting tattoos to finish it. So you get to 100% ignite chance, and then every time you get an explosion, it guarantee ignites, and then that ignite, if it doesn't kill the mob, it's on that mob, right? And with the gloves, there's an implicit you can get from Ecors that ignites you inflict can spread. Yes, we can. Give me a second. Go get me a thing. Um. Anyway, so this spreads the ignites, and then to keep the ignites spreading and active from the big explosion, because the big explosion does a shit ton of damage. Um, that's what this is for. So whenever something is cursed and you hit them with another ignite, it extends the duration. So that's why 100% ignite chance plus this, because all of these can ignite, like guarantee ignite. It's pelting the screen, it's hitting everything, and it's constantly spreading that big ignite from that one time it blew up, and it spreads that ignite to everything constantly. Give me just a second. I have to help the wife something. Love you. All right. But anyway, that's kind of how the build work, Edge. Right. So you have blood notch and you have guaranteed stun. So every time you get stunned, you heal, and then petrified blood. 50% of it's done to you over time, and then you have like damage taken, recouped life from this, and a couple other miscellaneous things and regen. And you basically just stand there and let everything die. And you can do this on maps too. So you can run through a map with just killing things with the RF, and then when you get to the boss, you can just stand there on the boss because one of the items is the ring that it grants level 20 penance mark, right? So what ends up happening is the boss ends up penance mark, which spawns phantasms, and you can blow up the phantasms and basically kill the boss like really quick. Yeah, this is crazy, Bear. I wish more games had this build software. This the path of building for this is insane because it allows you to like select all the skills, right? It allows you to select like what your class and your ascendancy is. It allows you to see the passive tree and put everything in, and all the things that get calculated in have a back end coded like mathematical equations and everything. So it equates to all the DPS, your strength, your int, your effective life pool. It has all like the defensive layers and offensive layers over here. And then you put in all your skills and everything, and those equate over as well. And then you can add in all your items, things like that. And then there's like configurations where you can like check things on and off that are part of your build to affect the DPS. Then you can see like the breakdown of the calculations. It's really, really, really cool. Yeah, like Path of Exiles is a massive community that has a lot of people that love this game, and like they're very like avid like people. And then obviously Edge, this is the start of the build. So you start off as RF, you work your way into the blood notch version to start AFKing, and then from there you start farming currency to get into the dead AFK version of it, which drops RF and goes into basic detonate dead. And it's like I said, it kind of builds the same way. You get rid of like some of the stuff, but it builds basically the same way with like the same stuff. But you're immune to crits, um, and then damage taken from stunning hits recouped as life. And you have a few other miscellaneous things in here too, like from the other build. But basically the same build. You just remove a few things, but you keep a lot of the same things, and you just change your skills up and a few of your items, and you kind of like segue into it. But a lot of the stuff's the same. So your amulet, your rings are the same, your chest is the same, but you switch out like your helmet and your weapon, um, and your boots. And then obviously eventually you work your way into a mage blood at that point, and then you're just fucking Gucci. Fucking chill out and you just watch shit die. Because the other one, like I said, the ignite does about 1,000,000 damage, quote unquote, that you're extending indefinitely. And then the RF does about 1,000,000 damage. So it's about roughly a 2,000,000 DPS build, not counting the explosions and stuff. This one, on the other hand, obviously I'd have to like figure out the calculations and everything because you have to go into the config and you have to change like the correct stuff like the corpse level and the corpse life and things like that. But supposedly this has about 10 times more damage than the other build. But yeah, anyway, those builds you sent me are actually correct, and I want to try them. I've always wanted to play a blood notch build, especially a RF blood notch build. And knowing that I could use that AFK blood notch build for map clear and like AFKing, it's kind of nice. Because you know me, I like to go into a boss, and if I'm tanky enough to just face tank a boss, I'm down. And if I can just stand still and face tank the boss while things are just happening and things are just dying, I'm down. But a lot of that stuff is a little expensive, right? The penance mark ring can be a little expensive. Um, Obviously the 6-link chest piece can get a little expensive. We all know that because we've all played the build. But some of the gear can get expensive, and probably the tattoos can be a little difficult. So unless you're paying attention and doing the actual tattoo shipments to get tattoos yourself, you're gonna have to buy the Ignite tattoos, which I think those aren't super cheap. But we were also talking about money making methods. I think you might have been around for some of that. I know you were here for the Vanguard of the Three. What's done here? I know you were here. I think you were here when we were talking about the Blight one, where it's like you're running a T16 map with Blight and you're just juicing the shit out of it, and you need mega big damage to actually make it work. Like, I remember you were here for that. Find the Tomb of the Eldritch Sun. You were to travel north beyond the infernal waste into the remains of the Coven City. I think I've done this, but that's fine. This is back to part of the quest now. It's like way up here. But I think that might be what I like. So I really wanted to try Legion, right? Like we were talking about, Edge. But yes, I think we could make good money with Legion if we had a strong enough build for it. But I think the selling process of Legion might be too tedious to really be worth it for us. So that's the only worry I have running Legion, is like price checking each one of the individual numbers. You know what I'm saying? I like the idea of running Legion to try and get our own, like, you know, things and stuff. And I do like Legion for the incubators and things like that. And it can be good money even without the timeless jewels dropping. Because, you know, how many times do we run that and you just get, like, currency kills, right? You kill a lot of mobs that have currency attached to them and other things like that. And then you get the incubators for even more currency and maps. Like, it's just, like, extra currency on top of whatever it is you're already doing. I don't mind it. I don't hate it. But I'm thinking, we both like Blight, or at least I know I love Blight, and I think you don't mind it. Like, not only do we have the ability to AFK in Blight maps when we're just chilling, and run them as corrupted ones, get tainted oils like we did this time, to get like huge big dick like lump sums from tainted, right? Plus you have the chances that gold oils, and silver oils, and black oils that are worth a little bit of money, right? So you have all of those available to you. But also if you're just running Blights in T16 maps, and then you just add in a couple of those scarabs to juice them out. Now, according to Hab, that's not worth it, well, quote unquote. Like, you can make more money doing other things. But if we're already running a normal T16 map and just clearing it for currency, and we're already going to be doing Blighting anyway, like, we could juice the Blight a little bit with like 1 or 2 scarabs just to make it a little bit more difficult and a little bit more rewarding, and possibly just get a little extra money out of it while we're getting more maps. Because I'm also thinking if we put in the scarab that allows us to get ravaged Blight maps, they're a lot harder to run. They're more difficult than regular Blight maps, but I think they're more rewarding than regular Blight maps. So then, you know, we put the scarab in just to be able to obtain ravaged maps, and then we run the ravaged maps like we normally do. You know, like we get like corrupted ones of those, we might just actually pop out some decent money. Yeah, we'd have to definitely have different rings for sure. Like one person with the cold. So we would want, since we use, technically we use 4 to 5 totems. The only one I think we don't really care for is I think the high damage minion. I think that's the only one we don't really need one for. Because I think the empower one might be good too. I'd have to look them up again. Oh wait, so the empower one's the one we want because it increases the effectiveness of it by like 25%. So the empower one we definitely want. The meteor we really want. Those are the ones we always get anyway, because that leaves the burning ground on the ground. But the freeze one, there's one for freeze that when it starts to freeze somebody, it stuns them for like 0.2 seconds or something. And then I think there's one for the stun one as well that can be good. I mean, I can pull him up here in a second if we can look at him. But I think the high damage minion one might not be worth it. That takes a silver. Yeah, but I mean, like, silver isn't that hard to obtain. It's kind of a higher level, but could be good if it's strong. Like, I'd like to test it. If it's strong, it's worth a silver for that extra juice, you know. And then we just have to, we'd have to coordinate who has what, which ring enchant, so that way, you know, we know who's building which towers. Because it doesn't matter who upgrades it, it matters who starts the build, right? So if I have a fire ring, I need to build all the fire towers, okay? If you have, you know, the freeze one, you have to build all the freeze ones. We have to find the tomb. Maybe it's the right. But I mean, that's the only thing we'd have to really figure out. But I definitely don't want to have to be forced into the one scarab that says, hey, every time they're affected by a fucking empower, they get stronger. Like, I'm not opposed to that one, but that one's basically saying you have to make a kill box of as many empowers in one spot as possible and kill everything in that spot to really take advantage of it. Which means you have to have damage to be able to take advantage of it. So, like I said, Ab was explaining and at least voicing his opinion on like why he's like it's not worth doing the gimped version. Like, if you don't have enough damage to do the real like min-max version, just don't do it at all, because you can make so much more money, quote unquote, doing a lot of other methods that are easier than doing that gimped method. But at the same time, like, anything that we do differently than we're doing now is probably more money per hour than we're making right now. Like, even like alking and going, like he was saying, like he explained like the alk and go method that he was talking about, and it makes a lot of sense. How he can make as much money as he does per hour just alking and going, because he's not actually full clearing the map. He's literally zoning into the map and instantly speed running to the boss to kill the boss as fast as possible, and then leaving because he's running he's doing Maven invitations. So basically you just run to the very end as fast as absolute possible, and can I go in now? Anyway, so you run to the very end as fast as you possibly can. You kill the boss, and you run 10 different maps, quote unquote. And there's an atlas thing that you can get that gives random Maven bosses as well, so it can like speed up the process. But basically, you run that, and the goal is you want to run the Maven invitations as fast as possible, get the shards, and sell the Maven invite, like full invites for the Maven fight. That's how you make money. But the Maven invites are about 170C each, and if you're running a map in under a minute, like he's saying 30 seconds, but if you can run it in 1 minute, that's 60 runs. That's at least like 5 to 6, well, maybe not 5. That's like roughly like 3-ish invites an hour, which, you know, it's like, I personally feel like that's about the same price as like a tainted oil. I know you're a goblin, like that's what's so hard for you to be able to do something like that, because you want to loot everything, which, well, hey, it is what it is. Do what you gotta do. But if you wanted to like make more money per hour, you would just hyper focus on something like that instead of full clearing a map. Because if you think about it, yeah, you goblin the map, you pick up every item and you do all that stuff, but how often does those items that you're picking up, you know, worth something? Like 9 times out of 10, maybe 9.5 times out of 10, they're not worth anything, and you just spent like 5 minutes looting a map to make basically nothing. Versus the guaranteed money or completing the map and selling the invitation. That's what he's saying. That's what he's like. I agree. Guaranteed money versus potential money. Like, money per hour consistently being guaranteed versus money per hour of gambling RNG. I agree that taking the consistent route of just speed running for invitations and selling the invitations over and over again is guaranteed to be like consistent money across the board versus, you know, taking a sweet ass time, 5 minutes per map, taking 5 minutes to empty your inventory and go through things, blah, 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 and like doing sells and trades and stuff like that. You're only running like pick one map every 10 minutes. You're making way less money per hour than if you were to just say screw it and just speed run to the boss. Because like I said, there is an Atlas thing. I don't remember what he called it. I have to pull it back up, but it helps with the invitations a little bit because Maven spawns extra bosses in the fight, so there's more bosses to kill, and those bosses can drop the splinters when you kill them in the map. So you can get a ton of splinters in a relatively short period of time, sell straight up invites. Yeah, it's hard mode, quote unquote, but that's what I'm saying. It's one of those, you have to have a build that can actually do the boss fights, like have boss potential, like single target boss potential. Not so much map clear potential, but boss potential. Right? So say your trap build you have, it's pretty good single target, right? And it's relatively safe when it comes to mods. So using a build like that to go in and just run straight to the boss as fast as possible and like uber nuke the boss is not a bad idea. Like I said, because if you can run to the end of the boss and kill it in around 30 seconds, that means you can run like over 100 maps an hour. Like if you're getting roughly 5 splinters per invite, because you know doing the actual invite and getting the splinters from him, plus the random guys that are spawning into the maps and then randomly dropping them. He's saying you're getting like 5 splinters per invite. So he said it basically boils down to like 5 full invites per hour, which, you know, let's say they're 150 each. That's like 750 chaos an hour. It's pretty solid. I also think that we were averaging that, if not more, doing our regular blight maps that we were doing with corruptions. Because I know, like, we only ran, like, what, 5? I mean, I don't know what the average is for the tainted oil. I don't know what the, you know, if we just got lucky and got it early. But we got a couple of divines from running our maps, and then we also got a tainted in, like, the 5 maps we ran. And don't get me wrong, the maps took, like, what, 10 minutes each. So we'd only be able to run, like, 6 an hour. But if you get 1 tainted plus a couple divine every hour, just for, you know, in 6 maps, and it's really chill and just AFK most of the time, like, I feel like that's not a bad method for us. I feel like most of the time is spent looting, honestly. But the map itself takes like 5 minutes. And then it takes us like another 5 minutes just to loot everything. I don't know, it's just worth trying. You know, stick to the method that we like and we know, and see if we can like juice it a little harder and make it a little bit more lucrative. Because if we're able to like make more currency, because like you made decent currency the last couple leagues just by selling all your stuff and goblin hoarding and just playing more than me. You could take that money and just actually invest into more expensive things, making your character even stronger. It's just you gotta settle on a build. You know, a build you like and a build you want to actually bring to that, you know, pinnacle height kind of thing. Build you want to actually buy a mage blood for and just juice. I don't know, I really like the Hydra build. because the thing I like about the Hydra build is it's got great single target potential. It's got freeze, I think, built into it. It's relatively indirectly safe because the minions are the one doing all the damage. And if you want a map blast, like Al could go and run straight to the boss, they're gonna kill stuff while you're just running through the map anyway. So there will be randomly like stuff dropping all over the place that you'll you know, maybe you'll like zigzag to pick up as you're on your way to your boss. So it might take you 45 seconds per map because you have to pick up fucking shit. But I feel like it's a good build and it can actually scale really well if you put more currency into it, getting more hydras and more like damage and stuff. I feel like that can scale really well, especially, and it's really good for blight maps too, because you have so much blanketing the screen, so much range, and it's indirectly safe because they're minions and you can just convocate them to bring them back to you to heal them if you need to. Yeah, I think it's squishy though because you just don't have the currency into it right now, right? Like you don't have like a great like block setup. Like your defensive layers are probably low. Like you probably don't have like great block. You probably don't have like great resist or something. But like think about it like this. Like hypothetically speaking, obviously this is like super big dick and like dreaming involved. But you grab yourself a mage blood. Like you farm up some currency. You grab yourself a mage blood. And you just put on one of all of the resist flasks or something. Or you go melding of the flesh, right? Let's say you went melding of the flesh, so you didn't have to run one of each flask. So it reduces your overall elemental resistances by like 70% or whatever. And then your max res by like, 4 to 6 or whatever. But all of your reses are equal to your highest one. So if you put on, let's say, a ruby flask, for example. Yeah, it's expensive. It's expensive, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, though, like, you put on a mage blood, you put on a ruby flask, you have the increased effect and everything. So your ruby flask is now giving you, like, 9 max res or some shit. And then you pick up a few other miscellaneous max reses somewhere. Basically, you get your max, one of your, like, your fire to max res up, let's say 90 or 85. Everything is now a max res of 85, which gives you indirect tankiness to elemental damage, right? And with that indirect tankiness of, not indirect, but your tankiness towards element going up like that, plus you have like, good block with maybe a shield that has, life on block or something. Now you're even tankier. You could even branch more into more defensive layers, something that like gives you conk ground or something at like perma conk ground. So whenever you're standing anywhere, you have consecrated ground on your feet, which also would benefit your minions because they would take advantage of conk ground, I'm pretty sure. Or you run a flask, right? Like a Progenesis flask. So a portion of the damage you take is dealt to you over time instead. Kind of like having petrified blood, but it's in a flask form. Like there's a lot of like ways you can go about it. Running 4 flasks that are permanent with mage blood that give you so much increased like defenses, right? Like if you wanted to go dodge, you can run Jade Flask, right? And give yourself a bunch of evasion and dodge, and it's permanent. You can also go, armor route, right? And that would give you, basalt plus granite, which is a huge like increase in armor values. Like so many ways that we could go about tankifying you while still like juicing into the damage of the hydras and stuff. And like I said, I feel like that build is just good. It does a lot of damage. It's very self-sufficient and it's indirectly safe because you don't have to be the one doing damage. You kind of just stand there and like keep yourself indirectly safe by being off to the side. And they're just blanketing the screen, and they have a lot of AoE potential because of the way their attacks work. They have a lot of single target, because of the way their attacks work. And there's just so much of it going on. It does decent damage, like pretty strong. Like I said, the traps are also somewhat indirectly safe, just because they do have built-in like freeze, right? You don't have to worry about reflect or anything like that.
it's kind of like the same philosophy, but if you're map blasting, you have to throw traps to actually kill things while you're running, in comparison to like a minion build that kind of just does it on its own. That's why I was like leaning towards like a minion build over, say, the trap build. And I do know you like minion builds, so I feel like minion builds are kind of more up your alley than most builds. But I can't think of any other build that I felt like you actually truly liked, other than your minion build and possibly a trap build. Yeah, I think mines are fun, but I think like the fact that you have to keep stopping to attack is great for like a boss killing potential, but for map clear, I feel like it's not as enjoyable as literally running around picking up loot while everything's dying around you. I feel like the minions suit your goblin tendencies a lot more. Yeah, and that's what I was like also thinking too. Just like the Hydra's one, I think it has high potential, like great potential. It's just playing it enough and putting enough like research and testing and trial into it to figure out like, all right, what are our main stats? What are our breakpoints? What are we shooting for? How do we obtain this? You know what I mean? Like where do we get the next extra Hydra? You know, where's that good breakpoint of like extra Hydra versus more damage kind of setup, where is it worth going for the extra Hydra with this setup versus just getting more damage for the ones we have? I've had the same problem with a golem build where it's like I could get more golems, but is more golems actually more damage, or is it better just to have one less golem but getting their damage up higher in comparison? But I think it's just trial and error, right? Like testing it out, trying something new, seeing what feels better. Okay, who the fuck is healing these things? Super fucking annoying, and I keep getting stunned. It's actually pissing me off. Four fucking bosses, and they won't fucking die. I keep getting randomly stunned, and he's just full healing everybody around him. I don't know what to do when they heal like that. It shit pisses me off. The healing in this game is actually fucking stupid. I can't tell you how many minions in this game heal, and it's not like it's a direct single target heal. Some of them are chain heals, and it has like a 0.5 second cooldown. So they literally sit there and just spam heal, and you can't kill them. Look, this guy already has fucking full HP. Maybe we can just pull like one or two of them off to the side. Look, I'm already stunned. Still can't spin. Jesus fucking Christ. I hate having to cheese the fights like this. Pulling one off to the side and just fighting it. Look, that guy just full healed. Stunned again. Ugh. Alright, much faster killing this guy. Jesus Christ. Finally stopped getting stunned for fucking 2 seconds. So I can actually attack. Kills so much faster when I'm not fucking stunned every 0.1 seconds. There we go. Jesus. Yeah, like having to like separate them like that is really obnoxious. Alright, anyway. But yeah, I don't know. That's just my take on it. It's like obviously I don't know like how you feel about each build, like in particular, like directly. But just like playing with you and chatting with you about your builds, I feel like you definitely lean more towards the minion based builds than you do the other builds. And I think the Hydras are a great potential. Obviously, like you said, like kind of figuring out some min-maxing kind of styles and methods and breakpoints and stuff would definitely help out a lot. Because, you know, sometimes having like specific plus to level of gems versus more damage on something is better. Because once you hit a certain level threshold on a gem, you know, maybe you get another Spectre, right? But like, how many gym levels does that require in order to hit that next level point? And like, is the quality worth getting? So like, would an Ashes be worth it in some situations, or would another armor piece be really strong because it gives more quality or quantity or whatever? Just a lot that goes into min-maxing the build. As long as it's not as complicated as your splitting steel build that you tried. Follow? Holy hell, that was so much math, bro. That shit was rough. It was cool. I liked it. Like the idea of it and like the potential. But the amount of fucking math hurt my soul.
Turn back. It is be you do. I did.
I like the play style of it. I like the way it like looked. The damage could be insane. It just, bro, it was so much thinking. And the amount of like effort you had to put into like searching for the correct gear and stuff was insane. Finding those breakpoints and those certain mathematical, you know, perfect like items and just shit like that was just crazy. I hate it when it gets stuck on a mob like that. Like my cursor is like so far away from it and somehow it just like sticks right to a mob. Really annoying. Yeah, I think it would have been a lot better edge once you got to those higher breakpoints that he was describing. But like the amount of like the amount of stuff you had to put in to get to those breakpoints was so obnoxious. It was like actually crazy.
After all these centuries, the usurpers dare not even show their faces.
It was definitely cool though. Hmm. Yeah, I would definitely level your hydras a little bit. I think those would definitely be fun. I want to see something. So like the Raise Spectre gem, right? At 20, you have 2. To get to 3, you got to get to 25. I don't think that's hard to do. Because just getting a corruption gives you the 21, right? Which means you need 4 more levels. Oh, technically you can make that work with an Empower, like a Awakened Empower. Or if you got the amulet, the +3 amulet, right? That would put you to 24, and then you just need another +1 from anything on your gear. Obviously, you're not going to get another plus out of the gem. So getting to a level 25 gem is like kind of like the go-to idea. You get the +1 from just the gem. Well, it's awakened in power. Like that is a possibility. The reason I say that is because forcing a skill gem, which blah blah blah, cannot support skills that don't come from gems or some shit. So I'm not saying it's the best option, right? But it can give you +4. Yeah, it's really rough. And you have to fight Uber Maven for it. But getting that specific amulet for the +3 and then getting a +1 somewhere else on your gear can also be really expensive. You know what I'm saying? So both are like expensive options to hit the 25 mark. But getting that 25 mark is definitely worth it for the extra +1. So I mean that would be like one breakpoint you'd be shooting for, is getting to 25 Spectre level. Or Spectre or Race Spectre gem. And I'm also contemplating like, would it be stronger for the build to run on a Squire shield like we were talking about before? So you still get block from the shield, right? But you can get a pseudo like 10 link out of it for your specters, right? So you run the Race Spectre and 2 supports in your like wand or sword or whatever it is you're using. Then you run this to give you another 3, so you have your pseudo 6 link. But then the weapon has like another 2 or 3 supported gems that are supported by in them, right? That way you can get like a pseudo 10, 11, 12 link and juice them out even further. I think this is a pretty good shield. If you can get like 30 block on this, and then depending on where your build is, you can get block capped. Maybe not spell block, but you can get like regular base block cap. Easy. And then this should in theory like juice your damage. Like I don't know if there is an actual Spectre build we can look at. And it's funny because you won't be able to tell, it won't show you any DPS for Spectres on these. But like just EHP, this Spectre build right here, like 2 million EHP. Okay, he's got Lucky Block. He's running a Convoker Wand. Uh, yeah, and then he's got the +3 to minion gems basically in his chest piece. Armor plus to chaos damage taken from hits, because damage taken bypasses energy shield. So he doesn't run ES, I guess. Regen, and it just gives him straight regen. Then he's got this one for 4 abyssal sockets, which is insane. +2 to minion gems. So these, I don't know why you get the +2 to minion gems if he's putting. That's interesting. I mean, are these tagged as minion? Because they're tagged as abyssal. I don't know. Interesting if that actually works the way I'm thinking he's thinking it's working. But it's +1 Race Spectre, you know, per. Oh shit, that's an insane ass helmet. Now I see why. +1 to max raise specters per ghastly jewel, and he runs 4 ghastly jewels. That's nuts. That's nuts. But you can't use any other specters or any other non-specters, right? So you probably can't run a guardian. You can't run, zombies or anything like that. But 4 extra hydras would be kind of crazy. And then yeah, he's got the Race Spectre amulet. Got 2 rings here. Who needs? Well, yeah, if you got 4 extra specters, who needs them? But yeah, then he's got the 2 minion rings. Got the mage blood. You know, so it's pretty. I mean, yeah, look, plus the all spells, plus the minion skills. So he's got +5 to his race specter. So he's got plus. Oh, and he's got an empower in here too. So he's got a really high race specter level. So that is possible. Here's the Progenesis Flask I was telling you about. So 25% of life lost from damage is taken to you over 4 seconds instead. Helps with survivability. Got the Mage Blood for Ruby, right? Once again, exactly what I was talking about. Melding of the flesh, right? Melding of flesh, running a Ruby with increased effect. So he's got, what, 95% effect to the Ruby Flask. So it gives him like 9 max fire res. And then he's running the, what is this? Quartz, which I think is spell suppression. I think it's spell suppression. And then he's got the granite for armor, and he's got movement speed flask, right? And then he's got all damage taken, bypasses energy shield, but percentage of elemental damage taken as chaos, and then he's got +5 to max chaos res. So he's got 82 chaos res, which probably not the best option, but it's fine. I don't really like that idea, but it does give him better chaos resist max hit. So and then dexterity provides no inherent bonuses, but it gives him spell suppression. So he's basically at 81 chance to spell suppress, which is decent, with 87 chance to block, 90 chance to block. And yeah, overall pretty tanky. He's got 4k life, 58,000 armor. Like, this is nuts. Obviously some of the stuff is going to be stupid expensive, like melding the flesh can be expensive. This might be expensive. The timeless jewel, giving certain specific things depending on where it's at, could be expensive. This is definitely going to be expensive. Some of these things will definitely be expensive. Like the Watcher's Eye, I've never even seen the thing. This shouldn't be too expensive. The clusters might be expensive. Obviously, Mage Blood expensive. The shield is stupid expensive. Chest possibly. Amulet possibly. But it looks insane. Like, he's running Determination, Tempest Shield, so Shock Immune, gives him more spell block, damage reduction, obviously armor. Got Petrified Blood, so Petrified Blood plus Progenesis Flask is kind of insane. Plague Barrier for extra damage around him, I'm assuming. Which is interesting. Desecration, Life Tap, Bone Offering. So get that on there, and it's trigger socketed spells, so he doesn't even touch that. He's got Frost Bomb, Shield Charge, Molten Shot. I don't understand the Frost Bomb here. Maybe is it? Oh yeah, Cold Res Rip. So you throw it on like a big mob, it goes boom, it rips the Cold Res off. Makes sense. Shield Charge obviously for movement, about Molten Shell. But yeah, Mercs, exactly. Then you have Mercs on top of that. This build can be nuts. Like I said, I don't know what his damage is, but his survivability is fucking insane. Right? That's why I like going to PoE Ninja, is just kind of like scrolling through and seeing what people have. Like, this guy's built the same way. Yeah, they're all built basically the same way, looks like. Like, the top EHP ones are all basically built the same way. That one's got a yellow chest instead. Yellow chest instead. Yeah, these guys are all running yellows, so their EHP is a little less. That's crazy. I haven't seen that one before. But anyway, yeah. That's kind of get the idea, of this guy's actually a different. Yeah, so all of these ones are all whatever the fuck this is. Necro, and then you got the Ranger down here, Pathfinder. So slightly different, but these guys are also CI, which is kind of interesting. I'm curious on why. Oh yeah, you don't need. Never mind. That makes sense. But anyway, yeah. So that's give you a little bit of idea, right? of like the pathing you could go for increasement. Like I said, getting that extra 4 specters, right, it doesn't have to be something super juiced, something super crazy expensive version of it, but getting just the base 4 jewels into that helmet for extra 4 minions can be nuts. 4 extra hydras. Like if you were at 7 hydras, you'd do so much more damage. But I'm also curious if you were to take that build into Path of Building and change it up a little bit and try it with a Squire instead of a Lucky Block shield. If you can get the Spectre damage to go up. Like, what other gems can we add to a Spectre, right, to make them even stronger? If we can get it to like a pseudo 10 or 11 link pretty easily. What do you mean your shields plus gems? What are you talking about? The Lucky Block? Are you talking about from the Lucky Block? Are you talking about from this? I mean, from their build though. Their build specifically runs the Sylvan shield for the tankiness. Yeah, your current shield. Yeah, so +1 to minion. Are you talking about like +1 to minion gems or just +1 to minion in general? Like, but they're running the Sylvans for the Lucky Block. I was saying if you were to take their build and instead of running the Sylvans, that gives you chances to block spells +23 regular block and give you Lucky Block, which basically is better than regular block cap. If you ran Squire instead, because like I said, I think +1 to minion gems is strong, but you can get that in so many other places, right? And if you were running a pseudo 11 link, you could put Empower on it. Yeah, ignore the shield. Do not, no, this shield's stupid. That's why I said, but look at the Squire. Squire is much cheaper, but can you get, like, you would have a little less tankiness because if you block capped at 75-75 with the Squire shield, you would have less tankiness than this shield because this shield with Lucky Block gets to about 90% block. Equivalent to 90% block because it's Lucky. So that's why this is so broken when it comes to survivability in comparison. But I'm thinking if you run the Squire, right? You have the Squire plus a pseudo like 6 link wand. You're at a pseudo 9 link, possibly a pseudo 10 link, depending on how you set it up. And you would be able to make up for that +1 minion gem, or minion gems, or, you know what I mean, skill gems or whatever. At least for the Spectre itself by putting a basic Empower in there, right? Putting a basic regular, like, level 3 Empower would give you, I think, +2 or something. I think it's +2 at level 3. Because at level 1, it gives you nothing. At level 2, it gives you 1. At level 3, it gives you 2. And then if you can get, like, the amulet or some shit, right? Eventually, if one ever becomes available. Like, you could be, like, having a live search up for that next league, trying to get one of those. Like, just having those extra sockets to be able to pseudo, like, 9-link it would allow you to have the ability to have the slot 4 in power without giving anything up. But I'm just curious what can go on a wand that would actually benefit the Spectres. So, like, taking someone else's build that they have and then swapping the shield out for a Squire and seeing what gems would actually benefit the Hydras, right? What build, like, what stocketed gems are supported by on a wand would actually give you more DPS, or is it just better to just run the Sylvans kind of thing for the extra tankiness? Because the damage is not much different from a 6 link on a chest to like a 10 link on a wand, a Squire. That's kind of what I'm thinking, like theory crafting in my brain at least. Giving up a little bit of the tankiness from a Sylvan shield that's stupid expensive to going with a Squire for trying to get more damage instead of tanking it. But obviously, 1000% you need the helmet. Because the helmet would give you +4. And then I think the base is, you get 3, right? Right now you have 3 with a level 20 gem. And I think the 1+1 to Spectre's on the talent tree somewhere. So you'd be at like 7 Hydras. So there's that entrance. I thought there was another entrance. Wait, why am I stopping? Oh, I was going to. I was about to go through a door. I was about to. Sometimes I do it outside and then I do it inside. To make sure. Yeah, I'm gonna do it like right here. Yeah, because I don't want it to run back through that whole shit just to get back. I made a portal at the beginning of that area.
I can't open that.
Oh, is this bitch gonna fuck me? With no lube? Kinda scared. I'm assuming there's gonna be 2 phases of this since her arms are still locked up. How is she full HP still? Oh? Did she just heal? Or did I just not do that much damage? Maybe I just didn't do that much damage. I wish there was an indicator of where those things were gonna fucking fall. Cause they come in at a weird angle. You can't really see where they're gonna land. Wait, why is it stuck on the boss? Yeah, that's what I figured. I thought it would have happened when I killed her, but I guess it happens halfway through. A third of the way through. I have no idea how to take this. I don't know what to do about those things on the ground. I don't know what to do about those portals. Is it just gonna constantly spawn mobs? Can I kill the portals so it stops spawning mobs, or like, how does this work? Oh my god, there's so many mobs. Okay, so I guess we fight on the portals. Holy hell, that I was not expecting. Okay. It's like, oh yeah, they'll spawn a couple mobs. Sure. Okay, so I basically gotta stand on him to kill him faster. Okay. I'm okay with that. Not a bad setup. I was just like, oh yeah, we'll spawn a couple mobs, it's fine. Won't be too big of a deal. Fucking 1,000 mobs later. Scared? Is he gonna blow up? Oh shit, phase 3! He's bad! He's got flame bands! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! I just lagged for a second. That was bad. That was really bad. Oh, that hurt. Oh shit! That's bad. That's bad. That's bad. Why is it moving? Why is it moving? Oh! Oh! You keep getting stuck on the fucking mob. It's so annoying. Like, okay, Bears, am I just an idiot? Or is there some sort of setting I can do that changes the fact that it, like, locks onto the target when my mouse gets too close to it, and then I get body blocked and stuck on it? It's really frustrating. It's getting me fucked a lot. Got really lucky with that heal. Bro, mini stunts are real. Bro, for the love of God, with the mini stuns. I'm stuck on the boss again. No, 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 no! Spawned it right on the outskirts where I was running. That's so unfortunate. Stun got me again. Stuck on the boss again. Just die, please. Just die. Please. Oh. Oh, so it's just that since they're so big, it just struggles. I mean, that's fine. I just wasn't sure if like there was a setting I could change or something because it happens to me on a lot of different bosses. It's just really frustrating. Oh, yo, what up, Doper? Welcome in, man. Appreciate you. Yeah. I don't know if that's like the end of it, but I think we're gonna be going to Elite soon. I think that's most of like the actual main storyline. I mean, the only reason I'm able to actually do it on my first try most of the time is because I put a lot of effort into it's because I put so much effort into like sustain, like, you know, life leech, you know, the oh shit button, just regen in general, being able to use my potions on cooldown. I put a lot of actual, I had actual, never mind, take that back. I had things that were increasing the amount of orange that I had over my HP so I could run away. I was like taking advantage of all that stuff. It kind of worked out. Alright, well, now we just have side quests that I don't know if I even want to sit down and do, because most of the side quests were fucking destroying me yesterday.
I've heard
She has another
We've
quest.
spotted a small.
Let's see. So do I even worry about these side quests, or do we just go to, like, the next difficulty? He was down the Reddit rabbit hole. Sounds good. Down spawn. Yeah, what do you guys think? Do we just go to the next difficulty, or do we do some of these side quests first? Since we have so many of them.
I'll give you a good price for what I've got left.
Interesting. That's kind of cool. Oh, this is the axe that I was told is pretty good. But obviously it does less damage than what I'm doing, so it's like, what's the point? I mean, it does a shit ton of fire. This is the type that I don't understand how this one supposedly does less DPS than what I'm currently wearing. It's just weird. And the only thing that comes to my mind of why it does so much less damage is literally the bottom of what mine is. The extra 756 fire damage to that skill that I'm using with the attack speed. That's the only thing I could think of why things like this that have more base fire damage on the weapon plus a higher percentage fire damage on the weapon is somehow supposedly less DPS in the calculations. Like, that's crazy. This one looks dope though. Looks really cool. But yeah, that's the weapon that I saw in a video that someone recommended to use as like a starter character. I have a skeleton key. With that. I'm gonna get rid of this. 97 to all damage and total speed, which gives us attack speed and movement. This could be good. But we do lose a bunch of resist, so I don't know if it's worth it. We lose vitality and chaos, right? Kind of bad. I don't think we use it. Yeah, this was not great. This one's acid and stuff. Is vitality. Fire, but it's less. Use it. Here's. Don't know what. Bleed. I don't know what this is for. I think you have to read that. Then this one is 32 Ellie. Not as good as 32 Ellie plus 37.
Put it to good use.
Alright, so I have no idea. This is what I have left. I have something about a beast. We tried to kill this one to one-shot us the other day. It was mostly because our resist sucked. But now I have 80% vitality. But I have like basically no bleed now. And these two are low. And then I have 50-something chaos. Which in theory, I think we could take this to boost our chaos. Basically max. And we might be able to kill the boss now. So we should probably go and try and kill this one now. See if we can do that boss. Like, it's over here. Let's see if we can kill this boss this time. We couldn't kill it last time. Dude, I've read a few places that recommend doing that, and I don't know. I feel like on my first character, I kind of want to just do it in the order it's intended, and just level up, because from what you guys were saying yesterday as well, like, you don't even want to turn in a lot of your quests and stuff until you're like level 94 on Ultra or Ultimate or whatever. So I felt like, why go there and do a ton of quests that I can't turn in until I'm a higher level if I want to min-max it, if, you know, I'm just going to be running around killing things for EXP and just not turning the quest. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just feel like that's really weird. Be holding on to all my quests to turn in until I'm a higher level. So if I at least I did elite, like I could get closer to that level before jumping into ultra, ultimate, kind of thing, you know. It's kind of what I was thinking, is just do the elite, kind of see the difference in the difficulty increasement and stuff, kind of see how it feels, see how like maybe get a little bit better gear and stuff going into ultra. But then like obviously every character from that point on, like maybe I skip the elite because I feel comfortable enough. I just kind of want to do the whole game in its entirety, in its intended form, going from one difficulty to the next difficulty to the next difficulty in the order it was intended, before I start skipping like we do in other games. So we might just do elite first. At least since it's our first character, to try it out. I also need to get my reps up too, like people were saying, so I can get the potions and stuff. Wait, what's an item you can find everywhere? We can actually live through this now. The problem is fucking totem. I have to like kite this guy away from the totem, or it's just the totem's just gonna fuck me. Oh, I was not expecting that big hit. That was close. Alright, well we killed him. That's good. So that one's done. I'm assuming we turn it in here. Where do I turn this in at? Or did I not do it? Did I not do it? Look, I thought that was the dude I needed to kill. Okay, maybe that wasn't the dude I needed to kill. Let's go back. But that's that it. Like, we got to the end. What the fuck? Yeah, but which quest reward? Sorry. For the quest that you were asking if I've done? The hidden path quest? This is all I have. I don't know where you obtain that quest. I might have already done it. I mean, I could look in the quest log and see. Oh. I'm saying it. So maybe I didn't do it? I haven't picked it up yet? So from my understanding, from what somebody else told me, is if you do those attribute quests and skill point quests on ultimate, you automatically get the points that from the elite one that you haven't done yet. You automatically get them for completing it on ultimate. It like gives you all of them. It gives you the ultimate plus the elite ones at the same time. Supposedly. I don't know for sure, but supposedly. That's what somebody said yesterday at least. Alright, so is the guy we're looking for down here, not up there? I thought it was. We're on the East Marsh. I don't know if we've been in the East. Oh, what's the dude there? I mean, it'd just be worth testing, you know, just trying it to see if it works. Because if you know what quest is the one that gives you the attribute points, you mean make another character, you know, juice to the, you know, get through the basic, just get your levels up, jump into ultimate, go do that quest, and see if you get the points for both. Because if you've done it enough times, you know how many points you normally get when you do it the way you do it. So you get like 2 points the one way. And then I'm assuming if you do it in ultimate, you get another 2 points. So like if you do it and you get 4 points, then you know it works. Hypothetically speaking. Right. I'm just taking a guess here. I don't know what the actual numbers are or anything. The only problem I have with the leveling system in this game is like, in order to get all of your points, you have to make sure you're doing like all the statues, all the fucking, you know, the altars and stuff like that to get all your points and stuff, and then you have to do all the quests. It can be a little much. It feels almost like Diablo 4, getting the little statues and stuff. But having to do it on every character kind of seems. But like I said, Bears, take that with a grain of salt, because I don't know for sure. I just know that's what one of the guys yesterday said to me in Twitch chat when we were all talking about it. I am getting really hungry. I haven't eaten dinner yet. I woke up at 9 o'clock and I had like a small little cup of mashed potatoes because I was hungry while we were cleaning up the house. So I ate the leftover potatoes the wife had from dinner. I haven't eaten since. Oh my god. Bro, that guy was melting me. What the fuck? Yeah, like I said, this being my first character, I'm 100% gonna just do it in the order I'm supposed to. Or that's intended, right? 100% I'm gonna do it that way. Just because it's like, kind of like my comfort zone of like what I normally do. Right? That's how I normally handle things in most games I play. So I'm gonna do it that way just because it's, you know, I want to play the game through in its entirety, like on the first time through, and then we'll kind of guesstimate on our second character because I haven't finished my second character yet. My second character, it's literally a walking simulator, so I'm trying to figure out how to juice his damage up higher because right now his damage is lacking so severely that it's really hard to like progress him right now. And that would be a character I would test it on. I would just jump right to ultimate and start, you know, grinding XP and pushing through the game and seeing how it turns out. I'm one of those people that I don't care what's the fastest mode, most min-max leveling, you know, I don't care about all that stuff. Right? When it comes to Path of the Exiles leveling, there's people that can clear the entire campaign and get to maps in like 4 hours, right? Like a really fast speedrunner does it in like 4 to 5 hours. A really top tier player does it in like, you know, 5 to 6 hours. Like an above average player does it in like, you know, 6 to 8 hours. And then like an average player is like 8 to 12, I feel like. I'm more of like a somewhere between 8 and 12 hours. Depending on the build I'm playing and how much I'm struggling with the league mechanic and stuff. So like I don't try to like juice it. I don't try to go as fast as possible. I just play to have fun, right? I'm at an age in my life that I'm not trying to be the best. I'm not trying to be, you know, Mr. Top tier one, you know, top 1%er, or trying to be on some sort of like professional team or anything like that. I literally get on the computer to pass time and have fun. It's an enjoyment thing for me, not a competitive thing for me. Competing is cool and all, but competing comes with stress, and it comes with, you know, anger, frustration, getting on to not compete, just to play it and have fun, has so much more enjoyment behind it, and it's just a much less stressful and more enjoyable like experience. I get on to have fun and take my time and just play around, right? I don't get on the computer to stress. I get on the computer to chill, chat with you guys, to have good conversations, to pass some time and do something like do a hobby that I enjoy, which is playing video games. I like learning new games. I like chatting with you guys. I like experiencing, things like in the world. So, like I like to go like learn how to like gather things, learn routes, figure out like play styles, and try out different builds and abilities and skills and items, and that's the kind of stuff I enjoy like doing. Even if I wasn't streaming, I'd be doing the same thing. I wouldn't be doing it as much because I'd be falling asleep. So that's why I say is like for me, being competitive and trying to min-max just isn't in the cards. It's just not worth it to me. It's like the same reason why I don't play FPS games very often, if ever, because they are my favorite genre of game to play, but they're so competitive because you're PvPing, right? You're going up against other people to shoot them and see who's got better skill. And you never know who's cheating and who's actually legit. So there's that level of annoyance. But when somebody is better than you and you're just getting absolutely shit on and you can't win, you just keep getting your ass kicked, and there's always going to be somebody that's better than you. So no matter how much you practice on or how like good you get at the game, there's almost always going to be someone better than you. Very rarely are you the #1 player in the entire world at that video. Right? So knowing that, like, why would I want to go and jump on the computer to play against people, get my ass kicked, and start yelling and screaming at my computer, punching shit, getting my blood pressure up, getting all pissed off and stuff when I'm losing, and then being all happy? It's like being manic almost, because it's like you have the really high highs when you're winning and you're succeeding, and then you get these really low lows when you're getting your ass kicked. So it's like, why put myself through that? I'd rather just be consistently mellow and chill and enjoying my time at all times. Time to kill this thing, because this is what I was here to kill, I guess. I'm standing on something I shouldn't. But I mean, hopefully my explanation of like, my stuff makes sense. Doesn't make me sound like a fucking asshole or idle or anything crazy. Oh, wait, all the quests. Interesting. So like all like side quests and stuff like I'm doing right now. Okay. That's pretty cool. So where is this person at? So bring it to this person. Where is she? Fort Icon Prison. Is that on the left side? I feel like that's over here. Yeah, like what? Why's she over here telling me to go over there? It does make me sound like a grandpa, for sure. But I mean, at the same time, Edge, I ain't getting any younger. You know what I mean? Like when I was younger, I loved competing. I loved that highs and lows and, the competitive nature of things. And trying to like find groups of people to play with, to, experience, competitive play, and that kind of stuff was cool. Back then when I was kind of optimistic of, hey, I might be able to get on a team and play, real Counter-Strike or Call of Duty with real people and make money, and you know, back in the day when I had optimism in life. And then I grew up and got realistic. You know, fuck that. So someone said I shouldn't do the one that has the skeleton key, but at the same time, can't I just do this quest at like a higher difficulty and get goods again? Like, it just doesn't make sense to hold on to this, not do this quest. Or are these side quests like one and dones? Ancient Grove of the Underbog, the Vog, and in the heart of the forest. Alright, so Ancient Grove of the Underbog. Oh, let's go check this out. And yeah, Bears, like when you're playing with friends, playing competitively with friends is more of an enjoyment than playing solo, obviously. But even for me, like when it comes to playing with friends, I'd rather play something that me and my friends can just hang out and play, and we're not like PvP competing, right? So, for example, one of the things that I like to play with friends is like Path of Exiles, right? Yeah, there's some competitive nature to it, kind of, but not really. Or like 7 Days to Die, you know, Project Zomboid, Stardew Valley, you know, like these games that are fun, but you're not competing against other players directly. You're just kind of hanging out with your friends, having fun, completing the game, you know, experiencing the comical moments together, and just great time, right? Are you talking about that axe, Topher, that I had? Or are you talking about this two-handed spear that I'm running? How did you get it at level 24? Doesn't make any sense. I didn't even get it until I got to the last zone of the desert DLC. Like this weapon right here, I didn't get it until I got to like all the way down here. Really? Interesting. And it's a level 24 item? That's crazy. Yeah, it's really strong. And like I said, the main reason I feel like it's strong is the bottom part, where it's added fire damage to the elemental exchange with the attack speed. Crazy. Plus, you know, it has fire percent, added fire, attack speed on the weapon itself. Like, it's really strong. But I didn't think Smite would work with it. Because Smite specifically says, can activate with all default weapon attacks. I didn't think Eye of Reckoning was a default attack. So then how would I be able to use Smite? Oh, like just the like auto attack, like basic attack, like a single target instead of spinning, just to see how much damage it does. I mean, it's possible. Yeah, not a bad idea. I do need to refund the safeguard. I'm gonna do this first, but I'll take out the safeguard and I'll put it into here. I'm gonna do that really quick. Well, I mean, with the weapon giving like all that to Smite, like you were saying, like I get 5 maximum targets with Smite, 160-degree attack arc, 20% weapon damage, 2,000 fire damage, 100% of physical damage converted to fire, like +4 to Smite as well. Like, it might just be really strong, like single target. Just be like auto attack punching them with Smite. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I need to figure out where the person is though. Be in the fort now? God, walk up the damn stairs. Oh, she's not here. Ugh. Yeah, it could become like insane. Where the fuck is this bitch at? You over here in like the sewer? I don't see her here either. Bro, where's the refund lady at? She in this main town now? Like, I went to Devil's Crossing. She wasn't there. So I'm saying she moved to a different city, and I don't know what city she moved to. Right where? What? Watch, Paris, watch. I'll go to Devil's Crossing, I'll show you. She's not there. This is the first place I went. I ran all the way over here. I ran up the stairs. I ran to the back corner where she's supposed to be. She's not there. Where is she? That's what I'm saying. Like, she's not here. She moved. And I remember she moved, but I don't remember where she moved to. That's why I was like, maybe she moved to one of these other cities. But I don't know which one. That's why I was like checking this place to see if maybe she moved here. But I don't see her here. And then I think there's another one. Is it this place that I was looking for? I don't think she's here either. What icon? Oh, I don't see the icon. Oh, here it is. Not there. That's a valid point. I can just click that and check. What about this place? Where's the city over here? Because you go this way and you run into a city. Homestead? Maybe she's in Homestead. Yeah, not here. Devil's Gate? That's not the right place. I already checked here. Bro, where the fuck is she? I mean, we were just there, and I clicked the button, and she wasn't there. Oh, she is. Okay. I didn't click it when I was here, I guess. Yeah, you said it, I guess after it teleported away. Okay. Holy hell, that's fucking annoying. Leave it up. Right, this fucking weird ass room. Oh yeah, I didn't check my damage before I did that. 35k. I just want to test it because I'm pretty sure you're right. 35.6. So it doesn't help anymore. Okay, I just wanted to double check. All right, and then we will put all the points into this, and then we will change this. So my weapon attack says it's only 8,000, but that's not counting smite. I like how it's not telling me what I reckon again. Oh, was there 2 extra points? There's not 2 extra points. What are you talking about? That's 0. Because I took 10 from here and put 10 in. No, I had 10 here. But this should be interesting. There's a question too. Alright, so what were we doing again? I completely forgot what we were doing. It is chance to proc. I'm just curious on how much damage it will do. Alright, what were we doing again? I forgot. It was like ancient something we were doing, wasn't it? This place, Ancient Grove. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Will it be good for single target? Will it not be? Yeah, because it gives +4 to smite. It gives more arc. It gives more targets. Like, didn't seem too bad. I have to see on like an actual like big guy though. Because like the thing is like since it has a max targets of 5, in theory I could use it on like a small pack, like you know something like this. If it actually procs. It's just the proc chance is so low. I think I'm playing like a Frenzy Barb right now. And I wasn't specifically saying like small mobs, but like, you know when you click on this and you get like a couple bosses that spawn, like 2 or 3 like the bosses? That's kind of what I was thinking. Where you have like 3 or 4 bosses in like one spot, you just like single target it down, and then when the thing procs, it just fucking smacks. I wish it procced more often. What's the proc chance? 20%, 28% chance to be used. I wish that was higher. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if levels bring it up, or if I need a specific item that brings it up. Because I've seen some items in the game that are like, oh, this gives plus meteor, or plus radius to your Eye of Reckoning, and this gives plus damage to your Eye of Reckoning. So like, depending on which one you get with the bonuses, some of it gives you radius, some of it gives you damage. I'm wondering if this is kind of the same way, where you can get like more activation percent, or more targets, stuff like that. Oh my god, what just nuked me? Jesus! I'm just getting pelted with frost all the time. Should have dropped a thing. Well, I was trying to like left click him to death. Try it off. You off to bed? Alright, Edge. Have a good one, man. I appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out. Like I said, if you want to chat more about Path of Exiles, I'll be working Monday and Tuesday, so we can chat. We can theory craft if you want. We can play a little bit. Dude, fuck PoE trade. PoE trade can suck it. That's why I want to find a way to like farm our own items, so we don't have to rely on trade. We can just farm ourselves. But so many of the items we need are like, can drop anywhere. It's like, really, bro? Anywhere? You have +10 to your Primal Strike? That's cracked. Yeah, so you're gonna have to get like regular like yellows or something to like fix your reses and other things to make it work, right? Alright, let's try this again. Yeah, those right there are like fucked me last time. Honestly, I don't think the smite is that great. I think it's a good idea. It could be really strong, but currently my Eye of Reckoning just does too much. And I think it's because smite doesn't proc often enough. I think if I got it to proc like 50% of the time or something, it would actually be pretty strong. It's a great idea though if I can actually juice it out a little harder. Because like I said, I do agree that it would be a stronger single target if I can juice it harder. Is this not what I was supposed to do? Yeah, that's yes. Max you get is plus 20? Really? I thought I saw like 24 in a build somewhere. Like not smite specifically, but I thought I saw a skill that was like level 24 on another build. But that might have been like an old style. But another thing you can do with smite, right, is you can link it to another thing from like your devotion, right? And you can have a chance to proc something else, make it even stronger. Right, so maybe this is just the wrong direction. Some skills can go to... Oh yeah, because they are level 16 to begin with. So you can only get plus 10 bonus, is what you're saying? You can only get an extra plus 10 from your gear, for whatever the skill level's base is. That makes sense. So like, if we were to look at what you sent earlier, Tucker. I just want to look at smite itself. I just want to look at the skill, right? Because according to this, level 20 only has a 30% chance to use. It's really bad. I mean, 30% is still okay, but the difference between 10 being 26 with like, 100 fire, 100 fizz and 90 some fire to 200 fizz and 200 fire, like that's a big difference in just raw damage. The weapon percent not so much, but the added fizz and the added fire, that's a huge increase. Wait, which one? Righteous Fever? Oh, that's this one. That's actually a valid point. This is the one where it like every time you attack, it charges up. It's kind of like Zeal almost, where it does more damage for every subsequent attack, up to 6 charges. So this could be like your basic attack, rocking smite on top of that. Yeah, that could be nuts. I didn't realize this one counted as a basic attack. Because it doesn't say it counts as a basic attack. Oh, it does say when used as a default weapon. Okay. Okay. It says it in the right. Bro, they have to give some sort of consistency across this shit. Please. That's cool. I tried this skill and I disliked it because it literally only attacks one target. It doesn't attack multiple targets at its base core without any upgrades. And I hated it at the very beginning, so that's why I was using shield throw. But that's comboing this with smite and then getting some bonuses to this later could be insane. Yeah, that could be a crazy smite build. Because then you can take it a step further, right? 100% of physical damage converted to acid and fire damage converted to vitality. So you basically convert everything over to a different type. And then you could juice it via this. Acid and vitality damage right here. I don't know why you would need this 15% conversion when this already does 100%, which is kind of weird. But you could switch it over to acid and vitality if you didn't want to do physical and fire. But then like this does more attack speed, more armor, more LE res, and then this brings it even further with more fire damage, internal trauma, chance to like do internal trauma and stuff like that. There is no overflow. When you hit 100%, you hit 100%. It doesn't calculate more than 100%. And what's another thing is you can't. So if you convert fizz to acid, you cannot convert acid to another type. You can only do 1-to-1. Right? So for example, if I wanted to do fizz to fire for the main skill, because it does fizz and fire, right? If I wanted to do fizz to fire here, but then I wanted to do fire to lightning, I couldn't do that. I might be able to do lightning to fire and just scale straight up fire damage if I do a full conversion of lightning to fire, but I don't know if it'll let me to do both the same one. I have no idea. That's just what I've been told. Haven't messed with it much. I have not messed with Shaman all that much, Bear. Like I said, when I first started the game, I was looking at all the characters. Shaman was the first one that was like, oh, that looks kind of cool. And I was looking at the skills, and I was like, well, I'm not really seeing anything that stands out that I like, because it was like totems and like spellcasts, right? I didn't really see anything that like, because what I was looking for was some sort of AoE just damage while moving skill. I don't like standing still to attack. I like to be able to move while doing damage, because moving and doing damage is an indirect way to stay safe. The main way to not take damage in any ARPG is movement. Literally moving to dodge the hits in like the cast is the main way to literally stay alive. So that's why I like to move while doing damage. So auras that do damage around you, cyclone, things like that. Those are the things that I usually go for. That's what we're looking for. That's a den. And I didn't see anything like that that stood out on my initial 15 minutes into the game that screamed, hey, AoE while moving, or damage while moving in general. So I opted for Oathbreaker because I saw the Cyclone instantly. I was like, oh, that Cyclone. I know that Cyclone just by the description. So I went with Oathbreaker right off the rip because I saw one skill that I knew I would like. So no, I haven't really messed with the Shaman all that much. Alright, am I looking in the wrong place with this ancient grove? I feel like I am just in the wrong place. In the ancient ruins, maybe? Because I've already cleared the thing there. Because, like, if you look at it, I'm trying to get here, and I've already cleared it once. I just don't know where it's at. Like I said, I think so. Like I was saying, Tover, Righteous Favor is good for single target specifically, just straight up man moding a boss. Yes. But it really sucked with like AoE clear. But I think if you comboed it with Smite, like we're talking about, I think it's definitely doable. especially if you have like some sort of life leech, right? So maybe if you go into devotions and you do pick up the ghoul, right? Because the ghoul gives you like regen, it gives you 5% attack damage converted to health increase, health regeneration, whatever, you know what I'm saying? And then you have the 100% chance when you reach 45% life to get 51%, or you know, roughly 50% of attack damage converted to a health healing effect increase. So you get like a ton of healing, and then you get life regen on top of that, like, or like life leech on top of that. Yeah, I feel like it's good. It's not broken, but it's good. It definitely is helping keeping me alive for sure. But I think if I got a little bit more life leech, it would feel a lot better. Okay. Okay. All right, so like something like that, and like I said, I think your single target would be pretty high. And then obviously like you're kind of keeping with this, right? Elemental damage with life leech, boom. You can get that. You can actually go a little bit further if you want to add like burn effects to it, or possibly over here to get more crit damage, right? This can give you crit damage, or you can do some sort of fizz converted to an Ellie, which kind of meh in my opinion. Obviously you want mirror effect. I think this is a great one if you don't have this already. Over this is great, especially comboed with the Giant's Blood. Like you don't have to max this out. Getting these 3 points to get Giant's Blood is insane. Gives you a huge HP restoration and health regen, and then this makes you invulnerable while that's happening, and you get their cooldowns to match. This is really strong, and then obviously damage absorption is really strong, so you just take overall 22% less damage. And then I got this point. I got something into this just because, you know, whenever I reach 75% life, I get boom extra damage. Like it's really strong. And then obviously this other oh shit one with 66%, get more healing effect and stuff. So it's kind of meh, but it's okay. But this really helped. Picking up this into this, that's 25% fizz resist and LA resist reduction, and I think they do decent damage. But this is really helpful for ripping off resist to do more damage. And yeah, like so far it's feeling good. And I think if you went with this route, and then for your ultimate ability, since this does do like fizz and burn specifically, but then this does fizz and fire, or sorry, it just does fire. You could go with this route, which would give you more burn damage, would give you more fizz damage, would give you more fire damage, would give you more crit damage. And then it obviously applies internal trauma. And as we already saw, like this does internal trauma, right? And it gives you fire damage, gives you internal trauma damage. Right, so you can go into this, and this gives you attack speed, right? More armor, more other res. Well, I mean, you could go that route, but he already has the weapon I have, which kind of leans into smite already, and it's a two-hander. But yeah, if you found a one-hander that kind of leaned into smite like this one did, I could see it being good to go into the shield node as well for the extra fizz damage. Definitely viable. All right, for the love of God, where is this ancient grove? Is it over here? This is where I started. Oh, that's where I started. Yeah. Oh, I didn't start here. Okay. It's over here, isn't it? I failed this one a bunch of times. Pretty sure I went over there and saw it, and I never did it.
The outside, everything is in.
I am fucking starving though. Yo, low key, are you guys also watching me on YouTube at the same time? If so, that's awesome and I appreciate you guys. If not, you know, I don't really care. I just... What was that, a faction quest? Oh. Just happened to stumble across it. Hey, look, there's a reset person there, too. Could find her earlier, but found her randomly again. Bum 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 bum. Alright, so we can take the smite off at this point. We'll have to do that later, but I need to figure out where my 10 points are going to go. Oh yeah, it was here. Okay, I remember being here. In my ass. I remember this place. Maybe we'll be strong enough to do it now. I wonder if we go back and we refund those points though before we jump in here. Because we have lost this one multiple times. So maybe we'll do that. I gotta figure out where I'm gonna put these 10 points though, since I'm not gonna be running smite. It's nuts, isn't it, Tover? I think it's way more to 4 to 5. It's way more than 4 or 5 seconds. Like, okay. I'm gonna walk from this side of the tree to the other side. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi, 7 Mississippi, 8 Mississippi, 9 Mississippi, 10 Mississippi, 11 Mississippi, 12 Mississippi, 13 Mississippi, 14 Mississippi. It took 14 Mississippis to walk from one side of the tree to the other. Granted, by the time I started counting, he hadn't even gotten to the tree yet. It's a huge delay. And the reason was what I was explaining to you earlier, Topher, is since I go live to YouTube via OBS, and there is no, I don't go to the dashboard of it to go live via that way, because when I do, it's so weird. So I click the go live button on YouTube, right, and it pops it up and it shows me like the stream key and everything, and it's like, oh hey, tell your software to start streaming to us, and I click start on my stream, and then it just tells me, oh, there's a duplicate key in use. So it doesn't actually work the way it's supposed to, or the way I think it's supposed to, right? And it defaults to normal latency, which is 15 to 20 second delay, versus being on like low or ultra low, which is more equated to like instant and or Twitch delay. So I can actually interact with you guys without having a 20-30 second delay. Right? And I don't know how to fix it. Alright, so with that said, let's go back to base really quick. There's a lady here. Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know how to fix it. So I gotta talk to somebody that actually streams to YouTube to see if they know how to fix it. Yo, yeah, I do need to eat. You're right. Let me do this quest and then I'll grab some. I have leftovers in the fridge I can eat. But we're gonna get rid of Smite. And then I gotta figure out where we're gonna put these points. Because we have 10 points to spend. This is max. I don't need to level these guys up more unless I want them to do more damage, but I feel like that's kind of meh and unnecessary. This is maxed. This is maxed. So can't do anything here. This is shield stuff. This is Smite. This is more shield stuff. So none of that's gonna work. I could put 1 point into this to have a movement skill. Doesn't sound too particularly bad. I don't really care about having a shield throw or main attack. I don't know what this does. Is this an ability? It seems like an ability with a radius. 5-second cooldown. Don't really know what it does. Hold on. So that, I mean, it just does that, but it does interrupt my spinning, which I'm not a huge fan of. But it does do a taunt. It does do a knockdown, which is kind of nice, but it won't knock down bosses. It does do an AoE damage. We can scale it a little bit more with more fizz damage and internal trauma. We can give it more area, it looks like. Additive damage. Yeah, you're right. Hold on. Yeah. Valid. Now the question is, which one do I get? Because I can pick this one up now and then refund it later, because it's, like I said, we are converting everything to fire, except for we have fire and lightning right now. So this gives 25 fire with crit damage, and then it gives internal and burn, which is fine. But this one gives fire and ether with burn, but it also gives attack speed, which is kind of nice. And then this also gives us a chance for 1 second stun retaliation. If that makes any sense. So when they hit me, it retaliates. I have a 1 in 4 chance to stun them for a second. I don't know if that works on bosses, but this could be better once I level this up and get to it. But like you said, like temporarily, like right this second, I could just put 10 points into this and then refund it later. I think it's just better to do this, right? That's 115% extra fire damage and 33% crit damage. That's pretty insane. I do get a little slow resist, which is whatever, but okay. This should be helpful. That should be pretty juicy. What are we sitting at now? Let's take this off. Yeah, 39k. Pretty solid. I think we were at 35 before that. Alright, let's try this boss for the 3rd time. Yeah, nullification is another good one. It's one of those buttons where I'm fighting a boss that has like a buff. Problem is, currently I don't run into very many mobs that have those buffs, like positive buffs, but it's something that I could get into use of just using anyway, even if I don't see a buff on them or something. It's just a great skill. Yeah, at least 1 point into that to have it would be a good idea as well. Maybe when we level, we'll put a point into that. Well, I'm not having mana issues anymore, Bear. Like, if you pay attention to my energy, like, I don't have any problems. It's basically maxed. These things are absolutely digging on me. So I'm kind of worried that fighting the actual dude down there, I'll get my ass kicked. I haven't explored the whole area yet either. The fuck? There's a mob here to buy stuff from? The fuck? That's crazy. Wasn't expecting that. Every time I've come in here, I've gone to that left side, and there's like a fight, like a boss room fight over there, and I've died in that boss room every time, and I haven't explored the rest of the zone. I figured, fuck it, this time we'll explore a little bit. See what we can find. Clear out what we can. I don't even know if that zone down there is really what we're here to fight. Alright. See if we can kill this. Yeah, that went well. Check this side. Yeah, then once I finish this zone, like this quest, we'll go and make some food. So the wife, we went grocery shopping today, and they had like pulled pork / pulled chicken stuff that was on sale today. It was like buy one get one free, but then they had like 75-cent coupons attached to them, and you could use both coupons on the BOGO. So it was like $1.50 off a BOGO. So it was like, it boiled down to like $1.50 or some shit. It was crazy. It was relatively cheap. We got something to try, and I think that's what she had for dinner. And she didn't tell me what she thought of it. She wants me to try it before and tell her what I think about it before she tells me what she feels about it. But that's what my dinner is. We have some hamburger buns and stuff, so I'm gonna heat up some pulled chicken, put it on a hamburger bun, and just nom nom. Alright, so I guess we gotta go in there to fight the guy. I almost want to get a level before I go in. Relatively close, but I don't think I'm close enough. What's the arcane one you were talking about? 'Cause... oh shit, boss. Gotta be careful. Don't want to accidentally die. Wasn't expecting there to be another boss here. Yeah, you said arcane. My Alexa just started playing music. What the fuck? But you were talking about this one, weren't you? Arcane Will. What's Arcane? Don't you want me now? Yeah, I don't see the one you're talking about. Alright, give me just a second. I gotta turn off this Alexa. Sorry guys, I also went out there and peed after turning it off. It's so weird. It just randomly turned on and started playing fucking music. No idea why. Super awkward. That's how we know Skynet is real. It's just hiding dormant right now. They don't want us to know that we're screwed already. Now, they want to make sure that they're like already in the position to win before they reveal themselves. Alright, I'm trying to get this level before we go in there and fight the dude. Since we're relatively close. I don't know if I'm gonna get this level. I'm so close. And I don't want to go into the fight pit. Chance dying. I've died the last 3 times. Nope. Oh well. I'd rather try. Get that level first. Did I fuck up? I didn't realize I was walking into a boss room. Got too much poison everywhere. Bro, get off your poison ass bitch ass shit! Get poison ass shit, bro! This is bullshit. This is like actual bullshit. That thing hit me. This is fucking stupid. This is the type of shit that pisses me off. Like, hey, let's make a boss fight that places poison on the ground, forces you to fight him on the poison, it won't move off of it and it won't disappear. It's so dumb. Just wait on my nullification to come back. What the fuck just hit me? Oh my. Get pissed. Oh my god, we almost. This is the bitch's ass shit I've ever done. Bro. Seriously. I literally hit my one button like 5 times and it almost died because it didn't go off. Holy hell, game. Jesus. Almost died because game doesn't want to respawn. Oh. That was almost a bad thing. Didn't realize that the one spot I didn't go was a fucking boss room. Alright, well, time to get our ass kicked. Probably gonna die in this fight. Ba 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 ba. Oh, we might be able to get a level here then. A lot of mobs. Thought it was gonna be like right into a boss fight. This could be good. I think the level's really gonna change much of it. Oh my god, almost died. Oh! It's fucking scary. Do those big chunks of HX like damage though? That's fucking scary when that happens. I don't like that this guy has a lot of AoEs around him. I don't like this guy. I'm scared. 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 I'm scared. What up, Pip? How you doing, man? Thanks for stopping on in. Hope you doing well. Appreciate you. Ooh. The zone's scaring me, man. Because it requires a key, it's kind of terrifying getting in there. Oh, you just lurking the other days? Hey, appreciate it, man. Like I said, you don't have to always be active to be appreciated, you know? I love my lurkers. I love the fact that y'all come in, you might not say anything, but you're here supporting me anyway. Super, super nice of you guys. What are Kitchichuchis? I like fighting kaijus or some shit? Yeah, true, Pip, it's true. Alright, we're about to get our absolute dick punched in, aren't we? His HP isn't moving. That's lovely. Oh, my face. Oh, that hurt. No, 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 no. Be nice. Be nice. Be nice. Jesus. You're getting bigger. And there's fire. Oh my god. Oh, this is terrifying. I don't like this at all. I don't like this at all. I don't like this at all. Help! Help! No. Oh. Oh my god, the fire! The fire! Help! 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 Oh my god, dude, I don't know what to do! That hit so fucking hard, dude. What do I do? Is it just a fucking stick and move kind of fight? Like, what the fuck, bro? Crazy. Come on, bro. Come on, get over here. Get over here. Oh shit, we're stuck in a corner. We're stuck in a corner. We're stuck in a corner. Oh, 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 god. Oh god. Why, oh, why, oh, why did that have to hit me so hard? Bro, did you see how hard he hit me? Oh my god, that hurt.
Can't do that yet.
He hits too hard. Oh my god, bro. How in the fuck did I time that so poorly? Die, 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 die. Help! Help! I don't like this. Please, I don't like this. Just die. Please just die. Oh my god. I want out of here. I want out of here. You know what's funny, Tover? I'm smashing one a lot. And sometimes it just doesn't go off. I don't know if it's like an input delay or if it's just like sometimes I'm pushing too many buttons or something. Melting at room temperature. Bro, I have 80% fire res. Bro, 80%. Like I was melting me like I didn't have anything on. It's like I was wearing paper. A week later, he's playing hardcore. No, I will never play hardcore, bro. Fuck that shit. Oh, that was terrifying. What are these statues for? Did we do what we were supposed to do? Alright, that one's done. Holy hell. Yeah, this one, I don't know if I can do this one yet. This one, into the Shadow Realm and proceed to the second shard. I did this last time and ended up fighting like a level 100 mob, and I was like level 30. I might be able to do it now, but I don't think so. Let's see. Oh, what's the, I have no idea what the loot was. But I got this chest piece. Acid, vitality, bleeding, retaliation, with a weird set bonus of 100 or more armor, acid, damage, and these boots, which are boots might be worth it. Better, no, maybe not. I think mine are better. They're the same ones, but I think mine are stronger. So nothing really. Alright, I'm gonna go get something to eat. I'm gonna figure out where this one is, where my next thing is, and I'm gonna go get something to eat real quick. Fleeing the battlefield is believed to have escaped an ancient perfect relic. The relic must be recovered. Life of the find them within the Sunbane Oasis, east of the docks. Eh? Is that down here? Oh, here. There. Like I said, I'm gonna go grab something to eat really quick. It shouldn't take me more than a couple minutes to microwave that stuff and put on some sandwiches and come downstairs. So just give me a few minutes. AFK Arena. Is that a what's it called? What is AFK Arena? Oh, is that a mobile game that has like you said, that has a collab with solo leveling? Interesting. Yeah, I'm not opposed to gacha games, but they don't keep my interest for very long usually. I don't know. It's worth looking at later. Give me just a second. Like I said, I'll be right back.
Oh, all right. Microwaved a little bit of that pulled chicken. Don't know if I'm gonna like it, so I didn't make a whole lot. So I might have to go get seconds.
Ugh. But I got a little bit just to try it. Yeah, a good shell clan. Yeah. So there is a couple that I do play, Phip. Oh, I did play for a little while. And I liked them for a while, but I didn't have anyone to play with, so I was playing them solo, so they can be a little meh. I can't really progress certain things, by myself. But the problem I have with the gacha system is like, it's a gacha system for a reason, right? It's meant to force you to spend money to progress faster or to get things that might be hard for you to get in general. And it's like, in order to like get these meta builds or to get these really good characters, you have to swipe your credit card almost, because the odds of you getting it otherwise are like impossible. Yeah, so I'll look it up. Oh, Pip, I like the Roshan you posted. That's pretty cool. Also, Tober, is that the No Man's Land area you were talking about? So you like do each one for its own, like kind of like incursion but different. And then they had their own rotations and stuff, so it's like kind of similar but different. Interesting. So where would I see this AFK arena? Is it specifically a phone game only, or can I play it via like Steam or something? I don't have to do BlueStacks. What's that thing called again? Can I? I have a program. I can't remember what it's called off the top of my head. How do I see all my stuff? It's not an emulator. It's a beta for. Hold on, let me just close this game really quick. Where did it go? Did I move it to the other screen? What did I do with it? Over, you know what I'm talking about? The whatchamacallit? It's like the beta thing we were using to play phone games on our computer. I had it right here and I must have moved it. Sorry, I have a lot of stuff in here because I deleted a whole ton of stuff. I just don't remember the name of it. Oh, Google Play. Is that what it's called? Is this what it is? Is that what I'm looking for? So if you actually go to Google Play, Fip, they have this like Google Play's web, well, like Google and Google Play and go into their thing. They have this beta thing that you can download that basically has its own program on your computer that allows you to play mobile games via your computer. Yeah, it's literally part of Google Play now. We found that out like a couple months ago. So you don't have to use like third-party BlueStacks and shit like that to play mobile games. It's really cool. That's why I was asking, because like I personally don't like using third-party programs and stuff like that, right? And that's why like I never play mobile games on my computer, because I don't want to go that route. But knowing that Google Play has that, it's insane. It's relatively new as well. All right. So, like I said, I'm gonna eat really quick while we launch this game again and stuff. I'm gonna try this pulled chicken. Hopefully, it doesn't taste too terrible. It looks disgusting. Not gonna lie. Looks fucking dreadful. Like, you guys know what fucking barbecue pulled chicken looks like, right? Where it's just like a bunch of chicken with a bunch of like sauce, kind of like just a little looks like fucking throw up, almost baby food like. But it tastes so good. It's like sloppy Joe almost. I don't really like sloppy Joe personally, but you know, other than the fact that it looks like it came out of someone's asshole, it doesn't taste too bad. I do feel like they're lacking a little bit of chicken though. I think the chicken to sauce ratio is a little off. I feel like, so I put it on a hamburger bun, right? And I feel like I completely covered the hamburger bun. I made it a little thick, right? You know, just to make sure I have enough substance on it. And I feel like it was mostly sauce and like very little chicken. Which is like I was eating like globs of sauce with like no actual protein or meat in it. But definitely not bad. Tasted pretty good. I'm gonna try it with a little bit of barbecue sauce added to it though. Like a Sweet Baby Ray's hot and spicy, or sweet and spicy. Sorry. Got a little bit of that on there. Give it a little kick, see if it tastes just as good, not better. And then I'll have to microwave some more. Okay. Not too bad with the Sweet Baby Ray's. I don't really think it's better or worse though. I think it's about the same with the Sweet Baby Ray's versus not Sweet Baby Ray's. Oh. Not too bad. Still think there needs to be a little bit more chicken in it. Oh, all good. Ah. So what are we looking for here? Ugh. This is not the one we were gonna do, was it? Wasn't it? This one? We had to find them within the Sunbane Oasis to the east of the docks. Eh? Oh, okay. I'm just taking a guess there. I will say the one thing I don't dislike about this game is the zones scale with your level as long as you're not in like Act 1 kind of thing, right? When you get to the higher acts, where you're supposed to be at like a higher level, I think they pretty much scale with your level, which is kind of cool. That way, if like you're over leveled or under leveled, it kind of like I don't know about the underleveled part. If you're underleveled, it might not scale down to you, but definitely scales up to you. So you're making sure you're constantly getting like correct XP. Unlike like Path of Exiles, if you're too high of a level, like you're just kind of cucked. You get like no XP.
We don't want any trouble.
Okay, that guy died really fast. What the fuck? Alright, so now we gotta go back to Enclave of the Three. Turn this one in. Figure out the next quest. Bum, 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 bum.
Have you tracked down? Good.
Okay, that's taken care of. What is our next one? Ugh. So this one is artifact from she's improvement to enter the steps of the torment in the broken hills. Beyond the sealed ancient gates and banish the. Okay, so step of the torment in the broken hill. Where is the broken hills? Ugh. Where is this? I think I have one. Oh, did I just use it? Oh, I might have used it for the other one. Doesn't say I need one, but I don't even know where it's at. The Broken Hills? I don't know what you mean by Act 2, because I don't see acts on the screen. I'm assuming this is Act 2, but I'm not 100%. I don't see it. I know it has something to do, because this is where it wants me to turn it in, so I know it has to be like past this, somewhere around this. Because I know this guy also sent me over here to do a quest over here. So that's why I thought maybe it was like, could be over here. But I'm just not seeing it. Oh, okay, thank you. So what does it want me to do here? I mean, if I need an ancient skeleton kit, it's fine. I just kind of want to know where it's at. Alright, I'm assuming that's what I'm looking for, ancient rune. Yeah, because these are like level 40s. So I guess this zone like caps out at a certain point. definitely been in here before. I might have ran into a door that I couldn't get into. Yeah, I think I got over here and I couldn't go any further. Or I got down here and I was like, yeah, this isn't where I need to be, and I left. It's possible. Nothing in the middle, so we'll go this way. So how's the smite treating you? Over? You lean into it enough yet, or is it not working out the way you were hoping? Bro, so much shit on the ground. Give me them purples, baby. Let's go. Do I have to farm rep, faction rep with every character? Like, is every character's rep different, or is it a count rep? Okay, each character separate, gotcha. Makes sense why you guys said farming rep on your main character to be able to get like potions and stuff for your other characters. Wait, was that all I wanted me to do? Did I complete it? I feel like that's not what I was supposed to do for that quest. Enter the steps of torment in Broken Hills. You don't know what that means. I feel like this goes to this. I could be wrong. I don't think this is it. Yeah, I wonder if it's over here. I feel like that had like another entrance to deal with to go to the next zone. Maybe not. Oh, there it is. Found it. Down there. Alright, so after we do this quest, guys, I'm gonna go microwave the rest of the full chicken since I actually liked it. And we'll eat the rest of that really quick. And then we'll continue on. Like, the plan was to go to Elite today, and I think we still have time to finish up these quests and then go to Elite, but there's a lot more side quests that I keep randomly finding. Taking us longer and longer. Oh shit! Death effects almost killed me. That was crazy. What up, mob? Mobby the King. I call you Mob. I appreciate your stopping in. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Thank you for stopping on in. Yeah, we're getting close to finishing up the rest of these side quests so we can move over to Elite and just give it a testicles, you know. Appreciate the follow as well, Mob. I appreciate it. Like I said, I hope you are enjoying the stream. Hope you're having a good day. Enjoying hanging out. Appreciate the support with the follow. We are also live over on YouTube. For any of you that do watch stuff on YouTube as well. He's level 69, giggity. So I'm assuming you're playing a little bit of Grim Dawn as well, and or you just enjoy watching it, Bob? Or is it Moby? Is it Moby or Mob? Or Bobby? Oh, that hurt. That's a lot of archers. very, very unexpected. That was crazy. Probably need to get some armor absorption soon. You talking about the one that's supposed to come out like at the end of the year or like next year or something? 'Cause that one looks insane from what people were telling me about. Like this is my first playthrough. Like I've been playing it for 6 days, and this is my one character that I've been playing the whole time pretty much. I'm enjoying it. I don't think it's my favorite ARPG, but it's definitely up there. It's better than a lot of the other ones I've played. But I haven't got to the end game to see the end game grind yet, to see if it's better than Last Epoch. I do like the creativity with the classes, where you can pick like 2 different classes and stuff, and then the items to change up builds. I do like that. I still think I prefer Path of the Exile's creativity and complexity, personally, but you know, with how lazy I am when it comes to PoE and like actually min-maxing my characters and stuff, this is probably more of the better game for me in the grand scheme of things. Wait, what are we talking about? Fangs of something? What are the things for? Close to our next level though. Gotta go in here before it closes on me. How are you full HP? Oh my god, the fucking healer showed up. This is bullshit. Bro, this is fucking stupid. I hate the cooldown of the heal on the healers in this game. I think it's way too fast. Like, I've seen a single healer chain heal mobs every like 0.5 seconds and prevent me from being able to kill them. Single healer able to do that. Like, that's crazy. It shouldn't be a thing. Like, I understand if there's like multiple healers like alternating their heals. The single healer shouldn't be able to do that much. That's crazy.
That's
Open it?
locked.
Yeah, so I need the skeleton key to go in here. Alright. Guess we're gonna go make a skeleton king really quick. Oh, that's the new DLC in the works? Gotcha. Yeah, I heard that one's really cool. Something about like a berserker or something, and like a shapeshifter or something. Someone was saying something like along those lines.
Bring me back any blueprints you find.
Yeah, I mean, that is one cool thing that I've noticed about this game too, Mob, is they do have like secret areas that you can randomly find, and then someone was saying something like once you've completed like all the quests and things like that, there are like some like extra bonus kind of bosses and areas and quests and stuff that kind of open up after the fact. So I'm assuming that's like kind of what you're like leaning towards, like those secret quote unquote like extras. So it's kind of cool. So it does give that feeling of what's it called? Exploration involved, where it makes you want to explore, to like find these like random secret areas and stuff. Seems kind of cool, for sure. Like I said, the only problem I have is the somewhat limitation in creativity of builds. Like, yes, you get to choose between two different like classes or whatever, but you can't take from more than two classes, so it limits the potential of skills and abilities you can use on different classes. So I feel like if they had the ability to, like, for example, like, what if you weren't playing an Oathbreaker, but you wanted to use Righteous Favor as your main attack, right? Or you weren't playing a Shaman and you wanted to use whatever the Lightning Strike skill is, right? You wanted to play two different classes that didn't have that ability, but you wanted to use that ability. That would be sick. Because that would open up the creativity significantly to allow you to do so many other types of builds to make it even crazier. And I think that would give it such, like, so much more replayability, because you'd have so much more versatility in making different types of builds. It would be crazy. I think that would give it the complexity / creativity I would be looking for to match Path of Exiles and make it either on par, if not better. That shit would be sick. You know, similar to like a Diablo 2-esque playstyle where you get an item that says, hey, plus to levels of this skill. And if you don't have any points in it, it gives you those points. Now, this game already has that give plus levels to this skill, but you have to have a point in it for it to work. If they removed that one aspect where you had to have a point in it to gain points in it, then that's where the creativity would come in, and it would be sick. Right? Still leave it as a max of like level, like plus 10 levels across the board. So if you didn't have a point into it, the max level you could get is level 10. But at least that way you could get a skill that doesn't normally come on that class and then juice it with other classes. It could, oh man, that shit would be fun. Wait, what are you trying to say, Hab? Are you trying to say Path of Exiles doesn't allow for that? Because you're right, it doesn't. In theory. But I'm specifically talking about skills, because in Path of Exiles, there's no limitation on what skill you can use depending on what character you're playing, right? You can play a Marauder with spells, right? You can play a Marauder with range skills. You can play a Marauder with melee skills. You can play a Ranger with mage skills, right? Like, it doesn't matter what class you pick. You're not stuck to a set style of skills. You can play any skill on any character in Path of Exiles, right? I don't remember last Epoch. I think last Epoch locks you to skills as well, and that was something I wasn't a huge fan of either. But I can't remember. It's been a hot minute. And like I said, I'm not a huge fan of Last Epoch. I don't really play Last Epoch anymore. I played it one good time through, and I played two characters, and I just wasn't. It didn't stick. I just didn't enjoy it all that much. It was lacking a little bit of creativity and enjoyment for me. And the grind at the end game to get your gear was just obnoxious. Wait, why does it seem weird that saying, like, faulting Grim Dawn for not letting you do that? Like, that's like comparing, you know, PUBG saying, oh, well, you can't you can't wish for a revive mechanic in PUBG because other games use it. Like, me comparing PUBG to like Apex back before PUBG had a respawn mechanic, right? So before Apex came out and gave us respawn mechanics, we didn't realize respawn mechanics would have been great. Like, we always died and we're like, damn, now we just gotta watch our teammate. Too bad I can't come back to life. Yeah. But once Apex brought it to the table and allowed for us to respawn in their game, if PUBG doesn't introduce it, like, you're going to want it, right? It's the same thing with an ARPG. If you're playing an ARPG that allows you the doesn't limit you in what skills and abilities you can use, like, even from an MMO standpoint, playing World of Warcraft, right? You're playing a warrior. You're stuck to warrior skills. It would be insane if a warrior could also pick up like a heal skill, or it could, like more like a paladin ability, or that would be awesome. It would be something that would be interesting and cool to see, and if a game allowed for that, that game would stand out in that way. That's all I'm saying with Grim Dawn is it's a good game, but if they allowed for that, like Diablo 2 allowed for it, right, back in the day, or like how Path of the Exiles lets you play everything, I think this game would have a lot more to offer. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's a bad game. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with it. I'm just saying when it comes to a creativity standpoint and making like more like different types of builds and getting more creative and not just being like limited and stuck to one set of skills on a specific character, XYZ, that it's bad. I'm just saying it could be better. Anything can be better. Nothing is actually perfect, right? So wishing that something was different in a video game isn't weird, isn't bad. I mean, that's what updates are for. That's what DLCs are for. That's why they add stuff to games. That's why they modify games. That's why they give you more stuff, because people want more. They want more creativity. They want more freedom. They want more stuff. They want to try different things. So I don't know. The statement you made of like wishing that Grim Dawn had it seems weird to you. I don't understand how it seems weird. What do you mean I won't use it though? Like I would 100% use it in a game like this. I use it in PoE. Like I play Righteous Fire on many different characters. I play, melee skills on or minion builds on different characters. So, you know what I'm saying? Like how many people play like a duelist and play it like, so you play a duelist and you play it as a kinetic blast. A duelist is a melee character. Right? I'm currently playing a champion kinetic blast, right? Like I've played Juggernaut, freaking Sunder. I've played Juggernaut RF. I've played Chieftain freaking RF. I've played Inquisitor RF. I played fucking I don't know. I've played a whole bunch of fucking characters over the time, right? I've even tried fucking Cyclone on like a witch. And things like that, like cast on crit with like a skill. It's just I don't understand. I don't know where you're going with it. I mean, you're not wrong, Have. Like I'm trying to understand like why, like your statement of why you find it weird. Like it'd be one thing if like you're not you, but like if I'm sitting here complaining like, oh, well, I wish this game had this, blah, whatever it is, right? And it's something that I would never use, right? Like, for example, we talked about this yesterday. In Path of the Exiles, I fucking hate Sanctum with a passion. I would never, ever, ever run it. But if I was to say, oh, I wish this game had Sanctum, it would make it so much better, that would be weird, right? Coming from my mouth saying that I think Sanctum in this game would be fun, and I would never use it, I would never run it, I would never interact with it, that would be weird. Right? That wouldn't make much sense. But me saying that I wish that you could play any skill on any character, I don't think that's a stretch. I think that's pretty standard, right? And you're not wrong, Black. Like I'm brand new to the game, so I don't know everything that you can do. I don't know like how many variations of the same build you can run, and the different items that can like kind of like what Kev said earlier, how like at the end game when you get like these in-game items and stuff, how it can change a build the way it plays, looks, and feels completely from one item to the next. Like I don't know all that stuff, right? And I don't know exactly what all you can do. Just saying from a beginner's aspect, just staring at the game, coming from a standpoint of me playing a bunch of other ARPGs, and knowing things that I like from those other RPGs, the one thing I could say that I think would be awesome in a game like this, to just add a lot more customization, creativity, and like just variety, would be the ability, like I said, Diablo 2 did it way back in the day, of just allowing you, when you get an item that says plus X to levels, right, it actually gives you those levels even if you don't have a point into it. So that way you could play Smite on a non-Oathbreaker, right? You can add Smite to a regular like default skill that you're using on another character and just have an additive of Smite to it. That would be cool. It'd be a slightly different, like, you know, take on the build, but it would be cool. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. I don't know. I could be completely wrong here. Like I said, you all have a lot more hours than me. I just think it would be cool to give you guys that just an extra replayability of like the same skill in like thousands of different ways. Yeah, I'm enjoying it so far, Black. Also, welcome in. Thank you for coming and hanging out and joining us. Hope you're having a good day and everything. And like I said, I'm enjoying it. This is my 6th day. I'm just kind of moseying through it, and we're about to switch. I'm trying to get all these quests done, because on my first playthrough on any character on any game, I like to complete all the quests as much as I can, and I like to go one difficulty at a time. I don't like to skip things. So that's why we're taking our sweet time and just doing it one piece at a time. Just seeing how it works out. That's why we're like taking it slow. I'm just enjoying it as I play along. I don't try and min-max in any game I play. I don't try and be the most efficient player. I don't play games to be competitive. I play games to have fun, enjoy, learn, experience it, and just, you know, move on to the next game and chat with people about it. Okay, I see what you're saying, Hab. So you're saying, since I only ever play one, I find one thing I like and I only play that one thing 24/7, and I don't even like try to like experiment or do anything crazy. I see why you'd be confused, but I'm not speaking in terms of what I would want, Hab. Not me specifically. Not sometimes I do, but when I say in a game like this, I wish it had this, or I wish it had more, you know, customization and whatnot. And speaking in terms of like for new players, for players in general, even veteran players, I feel like if that was added to the game, it would give so much more creativity and just complexity to making different types of can never say that word, interweaving of different types of like skills and abilities that would just make it more fun for a lot more people. That's what I'm saying, right? Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I'm not speaking in terms of me specifically. I'm not saying I want this so I can do this. I'm saying I think the game should get it so other people that enjoy that kind of thing, that enjoy that super complex, just creativity mind of making builds, aren't so limited in what they can and can't do. It allows for those people that love Path of Exiles, because of how free it is, to enjoy this game more than they already do, because it's more like it's got more to it. It's got more creativity to the builds. Like I said, you're harping on the fact that I don't do it and I wouldn't do that, right? I wouldn't take advantage of it, quote unquote. But that's not what my statement is. My statement isn't, hey, I want them to add it so I can do this. Now, don't get me wrong, I would try it and mess with it, but that's because in Path of Exiles, the reason I only play RF is because for the last 8 to 10 years, I have tried so many different things, and I found something I love, and I play it all the time now, right? So in the past, I was trying different things. I was playing different characters, different Ascensions. Oh, this is before Ascensions, but I was playing different characters, and I was trying different builds. I was trying them in different ways. I was experimenting with things. I was having fun, and I was enjoying it. But once I found what I loved, I stuck to it, right? In a game like this where I'm brand new, I'm just getting into it, I 1000% would try different things. I would 1000% try skills from different characters to incorporate it into a build that I found something I liked, to make it more interesting and more enjoyable, to find that mix, that hodgepodge that meshes with my playstyle and what I like. I never said it was a bad game. We do have opposite points of view, that's for sure, Have, and that's why I don't mind talking it out and you know, chatting about it and like trying to show you my point of view and like understanding your point of view. I don't have a problem with it. You know that. I'm cool about it. It's whatever. But like I said, it's not that I wouldn't do it. It's just I would do it until I found what I liked. And then if that boils down to me just playing one character that already has the skills and picking a support character or not taking advantage of the fact that I could pull skills from other characters, then so be it. That's what it is. It is what it is, right? But if it happened to coincide with me, okay, I always like this skill from this character and this skill from this character, and they mesh really well together, but I want to play it on this character and this character, it allows me that freedom to try it. I'm not saying the game is bad. I never once said the game was bad. I said the game was great. It's a good game. I like it, but I think I would like it more, and I think other people would enjoy it more if it had that one creativity, you know, caveat to allow for people to play it more. Not even just play it more, like, because you guys already play it enough, but to experiment more. Right? That's the whole thing. Is from a gaming aspect, from a business standpoint, you want people to play your game more, right? You want there to be almost endless possibilities of what people can do, so the replayability of your game is very high. Now, the game already has a great replayability between secrets, finding things, doing quests, and trying the different builds that it currently has. But just that one tweak would almost infinitely scale the amount of builds and create and replayability of different builds and different, you know, testings and trying and just thousands and thousands of extra hours people would be putting into the game. But what does that have to do with, like, what does the quest have to do with anything, Hab? Oh, I appreciate it, mate. Appreciate you for being here. Thanks for hanging out. You've been playing the same Blitz soldier for a year. I mean, but if you find what you like, Black, like, what's the point of not playing? You know what I mean? Yeah, someone told me you don't have, as long as you do it on Ultimate or Ultra or whatever it is, you get the points for all the prerequisites as well. That's what I was told. I don't know how true it is. I've never tested it. But that's what I was told. Yeah, that's what someone said. But at the same time, what is the because you made a comment. You said the gripe I could see, because we're talking about adding in the ability to have skills and abilities from characters you're not linked to, like characters you didn't select. And then you stated you could see a gripe with the fact that 2 of the quests give skill points needed on all 3 difficulties, and one's a hidden quest. I don't know how that correlates to the conversation. Did I miss something? If I missed something, let me know. But I did hear something about modding for like custom games. I have no idea what that has to do. I don't know anything about that. That could be fucking insane as well. But I mean, it's not that I have a problem with mods. I just feel like the core game itself shouldn't need mods to extend its replayability that much. Like, obviously, that's just a hypercritical, like, point of view I have, and like I said, take that with a grain of salt, ignore that to a point. I'm just saying, me personally, if I have to mod the game to want to play it, I probably won't play it. Like Terraria, for example. Terraria has an amazing modding section. The game itself with mods is fucking phenomenal from what I've seen and heard from people. But I'm not going to play Terraria because I don't really enjoy Terraria by itself. I never really did. It's like bullet hell. It's not really my cup of tea. But I'm not gonna go download a shit ton of mods just to see if I like the game. Now, if I'm playing the game and I fucking love the game and I want to add some mods to it, to like change it up a little bit and play it a little differently, then that's a different story. But this game I already like, so I can see me getting some mods to like change some stuff up, you know, and that could be cool. But I don't want to rely upon mods to enjoy a game. Does that make sense? Like I said, that's an overcritical like thought process I have, so don't even add that into the conversation. Yeah, so I think it used to be that way, where you had to do all 3 difficulties to get all the points, but yeah, supposedly they updated that, supposedly, you know. Yeah, a lot of people have told me like there's a rainbow filter thing, and then there's like a stash thing where it's unlimited or something like that. Yeah, someone said something about that, and those seem pretty cool, but I mean, those don't really change the game, they just allow you to fucking hoard everything and see things better. Yeah, I can see that have like not you don't want to play another character because you don't have to go through the 3 different difficulties to do all the quests to get all your points and stuff. Yeah, I could see that being and that was the one thing that I was like I was asking originally is, you know, I'm playing one character, going through it, learning the game and, you know, experiencing it in its entirety, but playing alts, I wouldn't want to do more than 1 or 2 alts just to try different characters because I don't want to have to play every single difficulty, every single quest again, right? That's why I was asking, like, is there other ways to level to be able to still get all of my points from doing the main quest line without doing the main quest line? And like I brought up the analogy of like Diablo 3, right? So Diablo 3, you just go right into rifts and you can rift level all the way to max level, or you do bounties. You don't have to do the campaign to the level, but that game doesn't have, you know, quests specific to giving you points. So it's completely different, but I was just kind of curious if there was a way to level like that in this game, but I didn't have to redo the quest every single time on every character, because that's fucking annoying. Interesting. That's kind of cool. I don't hate that idea. Using mods to kind of make it more of that style. But at the end of the day, I still think, from my personal point of view, that if I loved this game a lot and I played it all the time, I could see me running out of builds eventually. Like, I'm talking 5,000 hours into the game probably, right? That I would run out of like different styles of ways to play builds. That having that ability from Diablo 2 to add abilities from other classes that you aren't playing would be insane. For those types of players that want to like super min-max and try so many different variations and just this is their main game. This is the game they play 10 hours a day, every single day, for years and years and years. Like, I could see that being a great thing to add to the core game without requiring a mod. What if I only have 3 levels? No shit, no shit. Could you imagine if you can, like, fucking level skip and fucking PoE? Oh my god. I mean, don't get me wrong, you can get somewhat power leveled in PoE, but not really. There is some ways that you can get like speed level, but you still have to go through the campaign. Like, if you didn't have to actually do the campaign to get to maps, I think PoE would be fucking more crazy than it already is. Yeah, are the devs looking back at the game and like taking feedback and stuff? I'm just kind of curious. Yeah, the problem, Black, is I don't like D2. I never really was a fan of D2 because I never played it when I was younger, so I don't have that nostalgia feel. But I tried playing it more recently, and it's just clunky, right? It doesn't move like this game. It doesn't have the same movement. It doesn't have the same like smoothness and polish and stuff. It's missing a lot because it is an old game. And like, yes, this game is relatively old as well, but not nearly as old as Diablo 2. It's just we've talked about it in other streams, Black, that before you got here, that when, in my opinion, from like a game enthusiast, like I play lots of different games and stuff. The way I look at it is when a game comes out, it's great. It is what it is, they built it the way they built it because of the when they built it and how they built it. But as games develop, like the genre itself and gaming in just in general, and for example, back in the day, H1Z1, and the types of BR styles, right? BRs didn't used to have respawn mechanics. When you died, you died. You had to wait for the rest of your team to finish and see how far it got. So it bred this community of down somebody and instantly kill them so they can't come back. Which is fine, right? They do that in every BR, even if there's revives. They do that. So they don't chance that guy getting revived and being back in the fight. It's fine. Whatever. Okay. Moving past that. Once the genre had a game that introduced revives, people were like, holy shit, revives changing the game. That's awesome. People love the idea of a revive for a BR. So then Fortnite picks it up. H1 still doesn't have it. H1 completely died. There's like 10 people that play H1, right? So we'll ignore H1 for forever from now on. But moving forward, once that one game introduced that mechanic, previous games need to be like, oh shit, great mechanic, we should also add it. I'm talking the same terms when it comes to ARPGs and MOBAs, right? When you're playing a MOBA, back in the day, WoW didn't have a group finder. It was a pain in the ass to find groups. Eventually, they added one. And then going forward, I don't know who came up with the Dungeon Finder first, but once WoW eventually did get it, they kept it and it was great and everybody loved it. Other games need to have it. The reason I could brought up Diablo 2 so many times is because Diablo 2 was kind of ahead of its time when it comes to build creativity, right? And that's why like PoE is kind of like what a lot of people say Diablo 2's successor. It's like Diablo 2. Diablo 2.5. That's how it always was like thought of in the beginning because it was so similar to Diablo 2, and it is very creative and it allows for that openness and freedom to do whatever you want, kind of however you want. And Grim Dawn's a great game, but it's lacking that one piece of creativity, just like Diablo 3 was. Diablo 3, you were so hard set and just ingrained into one path that you cannot deviate from. It makes it kind of boring, right? You can only play Diablo 3 so many different ways on so many different characters. Like you have a few different sets and a few different skills, and there's no compromise in the middle, right? That's the one like path that I see here. That yes, you have 10 different classes to hodgepodge together, which gives you a shit ton of possibilities. Each one has a shit ton of skills, so the possibilities are very large, but they're not endless. I'm not saying Diablo 2 has endless. Not saying Diablo or Path of Exiles is endless. I'm just saying the amount of possibilities of creativity in different builds is so much larger when you open that up. So that's why I was saying, that's why I keep referring back to Diablo 2, having that in place. Other games going forward should also keep that in mind, that it was a great selling point. It was a great feature that people loved. To be able to have that freedom to have certain skills from certain classes on every class. It does break the game at a certain point, so they have to put some sort of nerfs and things in place to prevent things from being overused, aka the teleport on every character in Diablo 2. But that's what I was saying, right? That's kind of why I brought it up. Yes, I agree. If I love something from a game, why don't I just play that game? I get it. But there's a reason why I'm not playing the game. Either A, I've played it to death, or B, there's other reasons why the game sucks, but they had great features, right? There's a lot of games in the world that get developed, that get, people play and people enjoy. that suck. They're actual dog shit ass games, but they have one selling feature that is really good about them that other games, if they incorporated into their game, would make their game that much better. I can't think of a specific one off the top of my head. I'd have to actually like go through my games and like kind of think, okay, what does this game have that this game doesn't, so on and so forth, and whatnot. But I'm just saying, like with the 20 plus years I've been playing video games and how many games I've played over my years, there has definitely been games that have really sucked, fucking horrendously sucked. Like you played 10 hours and you never played again sucked. But they had like one cool feature in their game that was pretty fun and pretty enjoyable and made some sort of a good impact, or you know, whatever. That if other, you're like, damn, if this was in another game, that would be fucking fire, right? That's what you think in your head. But at the end of the day, you never see it in another game because the game sucks so bad that no other game picks it up. And then even then, like, some game companies won't compromise and change their game and add content to it, or add, like, you know, different things to it to change the way that their game is to be more like another game, quote unquote, more like another game. Even though it's not being more like another game, you're just adding a feature from a game that people like. Like I said, I am a little overcritical on certain things, but like, that's just the way my brain works. Like, I see something that I think is really cool in one game, and I think to myself, damn, that would be awesome in another game. And that's just one of the features that, like, the second I started playing this game, that was the first thing that popped in my head is, damn, this game would be fucking awesome if you could, you know, do that. Because when I started seeing gear that was like, hey, plus the level of this, plus the level of that, I'm like, oh shit, that's sick, right? I'm like, damn, that's fucking awesome. And I'm thinking to myself, all right, that means I can like pick up skills from other characters and like really have some fun with this. And then it turned out to not be the case, and I was a little sad. But at the end of the day, it's not that big of a loss. I mean, I'm still having fun. I'm still enjoying the game. I'm still like got so much more time left to like enjoy the game. So it's no loss for me. It was just I was a little disappointed when I realized I couldn't do that. Oh yeah, Cap. That's what I'm saying. I know they're still updating the game. I mean, don't get me wrong. From what people have told me, that it's been a while since they've like mega updated the game, like added any like good like big features or anything. Supposedly, I guess DLC is the word I'm looking for, more or less. Like they do, like nerfs, buffs, and like the quest thing, right? Where now you only have to do it once on the highest difficulty to get all the points. Like they do stuff like that. I get it. I understand it, and I'm hoping that, you know, down the road they take a little bit more, and you know, it's like, because they are constantly still updating the game. Maybe they'll take some feedback from people, not me, but in general. But if other people feel the same way I feel about it, maybe they'll eventually add it. But at the end of the day, they might be a company that's like, well, they have a modding section. If they want something like that, they can just go to the mod. We don't need to add it to our core game, right? They might just that I don't know the kind of company style like mentality they have. That could be the way that they want to go about it. It is what it is. If that's the way they want to go about it, I'm not going to fault them for it. It's a lot less work they have to work, you know, and a lot less things they have to worry about, like monitoring, maintaining, dealing with troubleshooting, fixes on every update and stuff. Like, it's a lot easier on them. So I'm not going to fault them for it. It's just that was the one thing that popped into my head. It's like, damn, I think this game would be 10, like, it's already a good game. Like I've said 100 times. But, like, let's say right now I would rate it like an 8 out of 10. I think with that feature, it'd be more like a 9.5 out of 10. And it's not because, like, I need it right this second to really enjoy the game or anything. I just, thinking of it in long-term point of view, from not just my standpoint, but from anybody's standpoint, like a critic would think about it. Like, not critic doesn't think about the, like, when they're rating something, oh, what does it mean to me? They think about it in terms of everybody, not just themselves, right? Kind of how I'm thinking about it is, like, I know so many people that love PoE because of the creativity, that this has a gimped version of it. It's still creative, but not as in-depth creative, that they would want that kind of feature, right? And yeah, Hab, sorry. When I rant, guys, sorry, I don't read chat all that much. But yeah, Hab, I agree. Since they are like heavily working on like a new thing, they're obviously not going to be taking too much feedback for sure. I agree with that. Because they're already swamped with working on the new thing, and then once they put that out, then they'll take feedback from the new stuff, right? Made Sanctum 22? Hell yeah, mate, congrats. You did hardcore D3 for 6K hours? Bro, you are a fucking menace. Oh my god. That's crazy. I'm not a hardcore player. I get way too distracted and way too lazy and complacent that I die all the time for just stupid shit. Like, I'll literally just get up and walk off out of my computer and I just randomly die because I don't think there's any mobs near me. Obviously, if I was playing hardcore, I'd be a little bit more conscious of that, kind of. But I've died. I played Path of Exiles on hardcore one season. I died 45, 50 times. It was crazy. Me and hardcore don't mix. D4, bro. I played D4 on release, and I thought it was a good game. Like, not an amazing game, not a crazy broken game or anything. I thought it was a pretty solid game on release. The problem I had with D4 was playing through the campaign one time, unlocking all the cities, getting all your Lilith statues, starting the grind, getting your character all set up was fun. It was great. And then a month after they released it, they gave us season 1, which we started all over. You had to redo all your Lilith statues, which they fixed supposedly since then. You had to redo like your campaign. And I think you could skip the campaign, but you had to unlock your cities again and shit. Like, it was just really annoying. Like, it just didn't feel like that great. And then a lot of the grind was running in these open areas, like hitting these, I don't remember what they call them, but it was like the blood zones or whatever, where you had to like farm up the mobs to get the items, to open up the chest to get loot. And then there was like specific unique mobs that spawn in specific spots that you could farm for certain other specific items that dropped off of those to get your build started. And then you had to like farm like high tier freaking dungeons to like farm other. It was just, it didn't feel good. Like, it felt like they hodgepodged a few things from other games into one, but didn't like do a great job of any. They did like a 60% version of all of them. None of them felt good. And then the one thing that I really dislike in games is when they have a date and time specific spawn of something that you can only fight and only obtain the drops if you're there at that date and time specific. Because if you fight, or if your game time, let's say you game between midnight and 3 a.m. every day, or like 3 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday or something, right? If this world boss spawns only on Tuesdays, you can't play. You can't fight it, so you're never going to get the item from that monster, right? If he only spawns at noon on any day, on every day, he only spawns at noon, you would have to completely fuck up your sleep schedule and or your personal life stuff to be able to fight this boss to have a chance to get the item you're looking for. That's the kind of stuff that annoys me in video games. If you're going to have a world spawn or a boss spawn or something like that, that specific gear is dropped from, that you can only get it from those mobs, I think it needs to be an hourly spawn that you can only get drops from it once a day. And yes, Black, that was one of the turnoffs to me with D4 is it already felt kind of just meh on season 1 after the first release. I didn't really want to do the campaign again. I didn't really want to, regrind through all the stuff, and it was kind of meh, right? So since I didn't really want to run through it again and like redo all the campaign stuff, it was like I already did it. It was fun. It was great, but I didn't really enjoy it enough to keep doing it. Like PoE, like I turned my brain off and I just spammed speed run through it. It's whatever. It is annoying. I wish there was a way around it, but I just get used to it because I enjoy the game a lot. Before, I didn't enjoy it enough to want to go through it again. But knowing that they were going to be doing seasons, and then the seasons were going to have battle passes, and then every year they were going to be doing DLCs, I'm like, bro, I can't play another Blizzard game. Because their business model is that on every game they play. You buy a $70 base game, you have a seasonal battle pass that you want to buy because the stuff they give you is actually pretty goated usually. And then after they get you for the base price, they get you for the season pass. Sometimes they even get you for a membership, and then they give you a yearly freaking DLC on top of all of that. And if you don't get the DLC, you're locked out of content. I'm like, bro, you guys are literally squeezing every fucking drop of money you can out of people, and I don't like it. At least a game like Grim Dawn or Path of Exiles, you might spend an upfront cost of it. You might have a DLC down the road, but I don't feel like they're trying to squeeze every fucking penny out of you that they can. Like, I could be wrong with Grim Dawn personally, but I just feel I don't feel that squeeze from them right now. Oh, formula of a lost oasis beyond the Valley of the Chosen, where the powerful artifact known as blah 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 is hidden. However, the ancient So do we have to go here? Valley of the Chosen? Or Lost Oasis? Oh yeah, 1000% black. Like, as a company standpoint, if I was a company that was like Blizzard, I would do the same thing. Because there are those die-hard gamers, die-hard Blizzard fans, if they don't care how much money they have to spend, they will spend it. And Blizzard knows it. So they're going to do it because they know they can, and they're going to make a ton of money off of it. But then there's more realistic cheapskates like me that are like, yeah, I'd rather play a different game and not have my balls squeezed in a vice every 5 minutes. Kill the avatars? I don't know what the avatars are, but I'm glad it's working. You're playing the Cyclone build, right, Hub? Also, Kep, you made a comment that I'm on the level where I can get a second mobility skill crafted. I don't know what you mean by that. I'm obviously a blacksmith. I can do something, and you said I can go on like my metal or something. Like is it something I can attach instead of the vicious jawbone? I can attach like another thing to it. Is that what you're saying? I need to get a better. I need to make a new one of these as well today. So. At some point I'll have to do that. I need to go through my gear too. I need to do that as well. I haven't really worried about it, Bear, because I'm still just I'm still in dog shit leveling gear. Like, this is still like a level 40 piece of gear. I do have this that I want to put on, but it's level 70. Like, this is like a level 20 piece of gear, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just have like really low level gear, and like this needs to be replaced because it's still fizzed and fire. I would like a better like chest piece. I'd like to get rid of this because it's just fizz, it's not fire. Like, I just have mediocre like dog shit gear on, like this one. It's not helping me in any way, shape, or form. I need a new amulet. I don't want to like juice those things if I'm gonna be replacing them. Okay, let me check that out. But yeah, when it comes to min-maxing like that, Bear, I don't like doing that unless I like have my in-game piece, right? If I have a piece that I'm never gonna replace again, quote unquote, then that's usually when I'm like, all right, let's add everything we can to it. I feel like 75 plus gear is like not in-game. Like, you can find something stronger, but I feel like there's a certain point that if you're wearing level 50 gear and you're level 100, that's a problem. But if you're level 70 and you're still wearing level 50 gear, you're going to find something soon, like between 70 and 80. That's probably better than your 50 gear, because I feel like 50 is roughly around the time where you finish normal before you go to elite, before you get your next tier of gear, quote unquote. I just don't feel like putting that extra effort into gear that I know I'm just going to replace. When I mean, maybe I need to do it to get stronger, to be able to get the next gear. It's possible. Like I said, I haven't experienced that yet. So if I get to that point, I'm like, oh shit, I see why you guys are saying that now, because I've experienced it. I've got my ass kicked, and I realize I need to do that to be able to progress. And sure, I haven't hit that point yet. And yeah, that's what we were kind of talking about, Kep, is the faction augments. Some of them I haven't unlocked yet. But alright, so you said relic tab. And you said go to the bottom. You talk about these? The runes? I did see some of these that were like, add in a like, it was like a faction one I saw. It was like Unstoppable Force or something it was like called, or some. Basically it let me like charge through mobs or something. Yeah, I get that they're good for like they're game changing for augmenting, because you can have like two on it, right? So you can have like one of these plus one of the faction augment bigger ones, right? Oh, is this what we're talking about? Sorry. Trying to read like 10 different conversations. So what? There's too much here. There's empowered, transcendent, mythical. So do I have to make a mythical one now? Is that what we're getting at? Is this what you wanted me to do, Cap? You wanted me to make one of these? I don't know what to make, if I'm being honest. This one's okay. Fire and lightning, because I do have lightning damage as well. Attack speed. This one sounds pretty good, but it's +1 to all demolition skills, which doesn't really help me. Hold doesn't help me. This doesn't really help me. This one's fire, cold, and lightning with LE damage, so that's that's a chance. Never mind. Not a huge fan of chance, but it does have 69 flat LE, 69, and total speed. So this one doesn't look bad. +1 to all Arcanist. Is this something that you want me to get? Like, this looks like a good one. Obviously, I'd have to figure out how to get these. But this looks pretty insane. Oh, what else we got? Vitality, cold and lightning, vitality and poison, flat LE damage with attacks converted to health. Not bad. Attack damage. This one's okay as well, but it's Inquisitors levels. Fizz and lightning. This flat fire with fire percent attack speed. Not too bad. Another demolition one. Okay. So I think this is the one we should get, but I don't know how to get this and this. This says so I have to make the transcendent one, the haunt, and then I need to figure out how to get a ripstone. So okay, so I need one of these, and then I need one of these, which requires ether steel. And then I needed... Oh, I need one of these too. Haunted steel. Okay, how do I get a haunted steel? Grind's going well. They have me sitting down to make one of these. Right, so I gotta figure out how to get one of these. I'm assuming I have to go and kill something specific to drop that. And then I gotta make a Spectre. Wait, how do I get a Spectre? Oh, so I can possibly buy one from Bender? Okay. Yeah, that's what I was checking for. Can't figure out the Spectre one. Because it looks like it's a specific, it's an empowered relic. So it should be one of these, but I don't see it. Oh, maybe I haven't learned it yet?
Go on now.
Well, Canadian, welcome in. Thank you for joining us. We do have a lot of veterans in here, so if you have any questions, they could probably answer. But it depends, like, tips-wise, the basics that I can really give you without, like, asking you a bunch of questions and seeing what you're struggling with is, first thing I didn't know that I wish I knew sooner was spacebar lets you dodge. Absolutely phenomenal. So that's like one of the main things. Secondly, like, you can take more advantage than I do from the blacksmith between crafting relics to go down here to give you better stats and stuff, and being able to craft components to add to your gear makes a massive difference. And I will say, in the early stages, if you're struggling with energy regen, use the ectoplasm. This thing right here. To put onto like your amulet and your rings and stuff like that. Because it gives you a shit ton of energy regen, so you don't have to worry about energy maintenance anymore. It's a really easy thing to craft, and it gives you a ton of regen. So it'll, like, for example, since my cyclone takes so much energy regen, like, I don't really have too much of a problem when I even have I only have one on right now. I had 4, and it was insane. Yeah, and don't do hardcore. And then take your sweet time, right? Explore every zone, like, fully explore every zone, kill everything you can, make sure you're doing the quest and turning things in. And then when it comes to your gear, or like your stuff, obviously do your best to read it. It's hard to understand what some of them really do. You said you're going for Paladin. I don't really know what classes that is together. But the one thing that I will tell you is if you hover over a skill and at the bottom in the orange it says, or below the white writing and the purple and the orange writing, if it says buffs are automatically activated, that's something that I didn't know means it's a buff. Oh, that's the build I wanted to go, bro. I wanted to be an Oathkeeper Inquisitor. I ended up going Arcanist by mistake, because I was gonna do Cyclone with your fire debuff. What is it? Aura of Census or whatever. I was gonna do those comboed together. It was gonna be fun, but I messed up and I went Arcanist. Yeah, and if you're doing that, this right here adds physical damage and percent damage. As long as you're wearing a shield, this works. So that's a really good thing. Make sure you pick up 1 point in this, just because it's an oh shit button, or oh shit passive. Anything that's a circle is a passive, FYI. That's something I wish I knew sooner as well. And then this down here, when you get down to here, this is really good. Put 1 point into the Guardians, and while they're running around fighting for you, if you get the passive for them, it reduces Fizz resistance and Ellie resist for any of the mobs that they're standing next to, so it helps you do more damage. So those are like the few things I can tell you with the Oathbreaker. But your devotions is going to be a very overwhelming situation that you might have to Google, or you're going to have to take your really sweet time by doing searches and stuff like that to figure out what you want. But the grand scheme of things, picking up certain things for certain reasons that you can refund later. You know, take your sweet time. For example, the way I went about it is, since I was playing melee as a Cyclone, I wanted to make sure I had enough survivability. So I picked up Giant's Blood, right? So it had the same cooldown as my oh shit button, which you won't have because it's an Arcanist button. It's right here. But that's really cool. It's like 15% chance on hit to heal for a whole bunch, right? And then you apply it to something. The other thing that they had me pick up, which I like, is the Ghoul. So it's a 100% chance when you hit 45% HP to get a huge increase in like healing and stuff like that. Really good. I picked this one up so I can get the points to get down there. And same thing with this one. I kind of picked it up for, but it's energy regen. Total speed, FYI, is movement speed, attack speed, and cast speed. It's all three. And then it gives you all damage and phys resist. And the last thing I would really go, because like I said, I don't want to go over everything, but the main thing that I would say is pay attention to your resist. This is God, and I'm sucking at it, but you really want to make sure you're working on your resist as you're pushing your way through the game. If you don't, you're going to start dying a lot, and you're going to start hating it. Oh, and like Black said, do all your shrines, do all your totems and stuff like that, because they give you a bunch of devotion points and a bunch of other stuff. Definitely 100% make sure you do those. That was your first build, Kev? Soldier and Arcanist? Oh, that sounds rough. And yeah, like Hab said, like, when you're looking at your devotions, that like what he said is true, and then working your way towards it while picking up the right things is good. So you find, like, let's say you wanted to pick this up, right? This was your goal. Your end goal was to pick up this node here, which basically gives you a bunch of like fire damage and fizz damage and stuff like that. So knowing that, that means you need 8 yellow infinities and you need 18 blue infinities. So knowing that, you would look at the blue ones and be like, all right, how am I going to get to 18 blue infinities? So you'd look at all the blue ones, right? Be like, all right, if I complete this one, this gives me purple and blue. Okay. If I complete this one, it gives me 5 blue. If I complete this one, it gives me 2 yellow and 3 blue. So you go through these and then you figure out which ones give you positives that will benefit your build, right? Whether it's defensively or offensively, you go through it, you pick up those, and you work your way towards this one, while picking up the things that will actually benefit you getting to them. That's a very helpful thing and something I suck at. There is a ton to the game, Canada. There's an absolute metric ton. I've only been playing for 6 days. These guys are just cramming stuff down my throat, and I'm complaining about things, and we're debating things, and, you know, rubbing each other the wrong way and everything. But it's all fun. It's all theory, you know. Nobody's mad at each other. We're all here just to learn and hang out and have fun. So there's a website, Canada, I don't remember what it's called. It's like Grim Dawn Tools or whatever. You can like look up items and it'll tell you like kind of where the mob is that you want to farm and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure that's what it's called. Yeah, Grim Dawn Tools. So you go there and it'll really help you figure out like where you want to farm specific items and specific things, stuff like that. Pets? Are you talking about like these guys, for example? Like when you summon guys to fight with you? I haven't played a pet build specifically, but I do know that there's a pet attack. So you can set it to like pet attack, like a specific button. Are they pets? I kind of feel like they're pets, but they're more like minions. But aren't minions and pets kind of the same thing? They're summons. I don't know the difference. Oh, are you talking about cosmetic pets? Oh, I didn't know we were talking about cosmetic pets. I thought we were talking about like actual, because there is certain gear that says, like the passive says pet bonus, right? So it, like, gives bonuses to pets specifically. I don't. Right. So like this one says bonus to all pets, 5 attack speed. Okay, that's what I thought, Dig. That's what I was assuming. Yeah, so I think it depends if there's probably differences, Canada, between a like a summon and like a pet, right? Some of them have HP bars where they can die and have to be resummoned. Some of them are just untargetable, just things that follow you around, right, to help you. So I think it depends on which one it is. I think that's the main difference. But yes, these technically are considered pets, from my understanding. Well, that's true. Maybe I don't have it on in my settings. Oh. Oh, well, they don't have health bars. So, okay. Face hugger pet? What the hell? Alright, what were we doing again? I forgot what we were doing. Completely lost my train of thought. I know we were crafting something, and I needed a relic that was called like a haunt or something, right? So I gotta figure out where I get that from. Is it possibly it's like a blueprint or something that I don't have? I don't know what this is. So as Hab has said just now, I guess there is cosmetic pets as well. So I don't think I found any yet. Oh yeah, I'm trying to craft a relic. So the specific relic I wanted to craft required. So I wanted to craft this one. So that requires me to craft the haunt. And the haunt required me to have the specter and a haunted steel. A haunted steel, like you said, I might be able to buy from somebody, but I can't figure out where to get specter. Oh, is it a sword? Wait, what? I need a sword as well. I need a specter longsword, and I need a specter. And I don't know where to get the empowered relic specter, because it's not in my relic section. Yeah, the sword I'm not worried about so much. It's this, because I don't have it. And I'm wondering if it's literally like a recipe I haven't learned or found or purchased or something. That's what I'm kind of curious on. So like, do I just jump from city to city looking for this stuff, or I don't even know which ones are cities. Yo, what up, Zum? But which faction vendor, Kev? I have no idea. How do I check again? I guess I'm Coven. And I'm Rovers. No idea. I'm not seeing the steel in here. I was looking for the steel. Underball grip? Okay. Oh, that's up town. Is the faction ones the yellow bags?
Come see what's left of my wares.
Yeah, is this what we're looking for?
See you around.
Okay. Alright, so now we have that.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
Now, seeing if we can just buy the haunted steel, but I don't see it in here either.
Iron well spent.
Wait, there are mounts? I haven't seen one of those yet. Oh, I do. You're right, Dig. You're right. I should just buy all of them. All right, let's start here. I don't know what these do, but can I buy this too?
Iron well spent.
All right.
Come
What's
see
this guy
what's
got?
left of my wares.
Oh, oh, that's shield steel. Sad face. All right.
Iron well spent.
Yeah, I heard there was some shapeshifting coming in the next X pack. All right, so the question is, what town do we go to next to try and find the haunted steel? So we're currently here. Is there possibly something in like the sewer or something?
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left. See you around. Come see what's left of my
Not
wares.
seeing the steel.
See you around.
See anything you like? Put it to good use.
Okay. What else we got? I don't think there's gonna be anything in the steel cap district, right?
See anything you like? Put it to good use.
Of course. Yep. All right.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
How do I know if I already have this? Oh, already learned. Okay. So I'm just wasting money. Got it.
Put it to good use.
What the?
Come see what's left of my wares.
All right, so Kaimans. Where is that specifically? Like, you said Kaimans, but I don't know where that's located. Is that up here?
I'll give you a good price on what I've got
Laro's
left.
Bastion. All right, we'll come back to this.
Iron well spent.
Laro's Bastion. Am I an idiot? Yeah, I was. Oh, I see Laro's Bastion now. Yeah, I scrolled right past it. I think I picked this one. You said I should just buy these though. I just know I'm running out of money, so.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
Alright, so I should be able to make it now. Let's go back. I always forget I can't teleport from here. Kind of weird. Yeah, I wish the main towns had a different icon. Like, yeah, the names are in yellow, which helps a little bit. But I wish that wish there was like a slightly different icon. Make it a little bit more apparent for newer players. The Infinity Stones, I know, right? Alright, so we needed one of these. Okay. Then we needed to make shit. An inspector sword. Ah. There's a lot of mods, yes, Canada. Alright, so we needed a haunted steel. Requires vengeful wrath.
Hey, don't get killed out there. Got any more scrap metal?
Okay. Something else we need to figure out. Fucking hell.
See anything you like?
This is turning out to be a pain in the ass.
Iron well spent.
What do you mean, Zumi? What do you mean both factions? I'm just getting a little pissed right now because I'm trying to make this one item and it requires me to jump through 1,000 fucking hoops to get the items to just make this one damn item.
Do the best I can with what I've got.
I'm literally just trying to make this. Means I need a haunt. I need to make this, and I need to make the damn sword. But I gotta figure out where to get the recipe for the sword. I gotta find the recipe for the fucking haunted steel. Actually, I have the haunted steel. I bought that one. Maybe. Yeah, bought that. But now I need Vengeful Wrath. I gotta figure out if I need Vengeful Wrath now. Oh. Rovers? Okay, what's Rovers? That is that Homestead? I know, Black. That's what I'm saying. It's frustrating from like a brand new player standpoint. This is the kind of thing that annoys me. Is if you're brand new and you're not like just literally Google wikiing every single question possible, to figure it out on your own is so astronomically difficult.
Put it to good use.
Because it doesn't just give you the information.
I'll give you a good price for what I've got left.
Oh, I could have bought Haunted Steel here. Didn't realize that.
Put it to good use. I'll give you a good price for what I've got left.
Would you like a cup of water? 'Cause you look thirsty as fuck right now.
Thanks for the hydrate. I appreciate it. Thank you. I have played a lot of Path of Exiles, Black. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's a lot in Path of Exiles that you have to Google. Don't get me wrong. Because a lot of it you just can't fucking remember. And most of it isn't just spoon-fed to you either. But when it comes to crafting, like if you're like, hey, I want to go craft a sword, you can't really do that. You know what I mean? Like you can, but you can't. Like there's vendor recipe options and stuff, but it's different. If they have a blacksmith to craft gear, you would think by the time you unlock it, you would have already stumbled upon these, or they would put in the description, you know, hey, these items are typically dropped from this type of mob. You know, they give you descriptions and backstories of everything else in the game. Consecration is similar. Not really. It's more of an MMORPG than it is an ARPG. Akvan Hills. Working our way through the list. We talk about here? From Foothills? Newbies? Don't be mean. That's mean. But yeah, I just feel like as a new player, like it's not that you need your hand like directly held. Wait, what am I here for again? Or is this the wrong place? But I would like I said, if you look at like a lot of the other stuff, they're like, oh, here's the backstory of this entire skill and all this white text, and then here's what it does underneath, but it doesn't really tell you what it does. But then you got something like an item, right? Like one of these components. Right, for example, it just says, oh, it's an essence of a void god. Okay. Fuck. Like, typically dropped from what? Is a source of X. Give me some description. Derivative of old Avdach. So this one?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's once again, yes, I could Google everything I ever wanted and I could find the answers, right? We live in a day and an age, and that's kind of how you do things. It's just I feel like
Come see what's left
games
of my wares.
back in the day, games were more like figuring things out, learning things, understanding things, and it just, you know, that was the way things were done. But nowadays, where Google kind of takes everything. Wait, is this what we needed? I already on this one. Come on. I feel like everybody just lives on Google. Everybody just Googles everything. But there's been a few games I have played where they give you the information within the game so you don't have to Google it. And it just feels a lot nicer that you could figure out the information yourself easily without having to alt tab out and, you know, Google every single 10 seconds or something. Yeah, Dig, I'm very impatient with things, but it's one of these. I wouldn't have gone and looked for this if Cap wasn't like, "Hey, go craft your level 60 thing." And I'm like, "All right, I'll go craft my level 60 thing." And now I'm sitting here trying to craft it, but it's like, "Hey, I need this item, I need this item, I need this item, and I need this item." And I'm like, "Well, I don't know where any of that shit is. I don't even know where to look for it. It doesn't give me any type of information." I'm jumping around, I'm teleporting to different places, I'm talking to a bunch of people, and I can't find anything. And in Path of Exiles, yes, there's a lot of things to Google, but 99% of the stuff that I end up Googling in that, I don't need to Google to play the game, right? If I want an item that has specific stats on it, yes, I go to the trade site to trade somebody for it, but I don't have to Google, hey, where do I get this stat from? How do I get this stat? Where do I go to find the specific item, to find the specific thing, to get this specific thing, to get this other thing, to craft this one thing, to talk to this one person, to increase the stats of this one thing, to add this to another thing, to finally get the compost to be able to do the one thing that I'm trying to do, right? It's different. It's completely different. It's like playing Ragnarok, right? When we're playing Ragnarok, I'm completely and utterly lost, right? And once again, that's an old game that's designed that way. It's expected to be played that way. Obviously, Grim Dawn is an old game, and it's still in that boat. But this day and age, I want it to be easier to find the information without having to be forced to Google it. Like even with WoW, like WoW kind of was that way in the back in the day too. Like you almost had to Google certain quests because they didn't tell you enough information to know where to go to do it. Like I said, I'm bitching, yes, take it with a grain of salt. I'm just annoyed because I can't figure this shit out easily without Googling it. So I'm just getting a little annoyed. So I'm, you know, it's one of those hangry commercials, right? It's like, hey, you get weird when you're hungry. Make sure you eat. You know, it's like, it's kind of one of those things. From the first place? What do you mean, Bear? I mean, granted, I haven't been buying anything from any of these guys the whole time I've been playing. So that's one reason why I'm obviously struggling. Because if I would have been buying these while pushing through the game and leveling stuff up, it's been a different story, right? I would have had most of this stuff already unlocked and been able to craft it. But since I haven't, now I have to jump through these hoops of going to each individual person, you know, buying each individual one, learning it all, figuring out where they're all even located. So I've obviously put myself in this position, but alright, so this is not where anything is. No, I get that too, Have. Like, if they make it too easy, then people get, like, they don't play as long, right? But I think there is a fine line between making things dumb, easy, and pointless to play, and giving you the not materials, but giving you the means within the game to figure it out in a reasonable amount of effort. I think there is that fine line that you can balance, but like I said, it's like nitpicking at that point, right? It's like, hey, I want you to release your game right now. Oh, your game has problems, dog shit game, right? It's that mentality that obviously it's coming out in me right now. But you know, like New World, for example, people were bitching. New World's like, hey, we need to push back our release because it's not ready. And people are like, no, you need to release now. When you said, if you don't, we're not going to play your game. Dog shit company, blacklist. Oh my God, you guys suck. And then they release the game and like, God damn, your game sucks. There's bugs and glitches and your fucking launch sucked and fuck your game. We're not playing it. It was like, bro, you can't fucking win. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of like what I'm putting this game into a box right now. It's like, a no-win situation. Like, I want it to be easier, but like I said, there's that fine line between being too easy to gain the information and do what you're trying to do and giving you enough information to be able to, you know, make the leap in the right direction, go the right direction to actually acquire it without having to go to Google, go to third parties, blah 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 to figure it out. I don't want to have to go to Reddit to ask a question to find an answer. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, there is that fine line, like you said. If it's too easy, you're not going to put as many hours into it trying to figure it out. You know, figuring out the secrets, figuring out the locations of things, finding out like where you buy these things at. Like, you're not going to figure all that out. It's going to be too easy and you're not going to play it as much. You get it. So, like I said, it's one of those double-edged swords that I'm kind of just bitching about, but at the end of the day, it's nice that it's difficult, but it's also fucking annoying. Because, like, at first you're annoyed and you're pissed about it because you're trying to figure it out and you're just fucking, I just want to figure it out, right? And then at the end of the day, once you figure it out, you're like, damn, okay, I feel better now that I figured it out, right? It's not great if I have a full opinion about it, but it's true. You're 1,000% correct. I agree with you. It's just me being annoyed in the current moment. I'm mad and annoyed because I'm struggling to figure it out. But once you figure it out, it's like, damn, okay. That's fine, right? Yeah, that's as well too, Dig. Like, as things get added to the game, things get added on, expanded, changed, nerfed, modified, whatever. You know, you come into the game later down the road, and you're like, huh, this is a little overwhelming. Just like going to play WoW for Path of Exiles for the first time. Fucking boom, deep end. No fucking idea what's going on. You're living on Google, right? But coming from a player that's not me specifically, but if a player has been playing Path of Exiles since day one, they add things on piece by piece by piece. It's not as difficult. You're not struggling as much because you're learning it piece by piece by piece, and it's less of frustration than getting tossed into it 10 years into production and you know nothing about it and you're just fucking lost in the sauce, right? And I think the crafting system's cool. I'm just struggling at figuring out where these items come from. Because like when I look at something like, you know, this, it's like, okay, I need this, and you can read it, it just says empowered relic. You're thinking, okay, powered relic, I'm looking at relics, I should be able to craft it. Should be easy. And I'm look up, I'm like, where is it? Right? I'm looking for it. I mean, I've already made it, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I was at that point where like, where the hell do I find it? And if it said something along the lines of learnable, like little tiny little text that says, you know, unlearned, something like that, where you haven't learned it yet, then it would have been like, oh shit, I need to go buy it from somebody. Not I have to find it, not I have to do anything crazy to get it or purchase it. That would be cool. I know, I'm trying, Bear, I'm trying. Alright, so I do have this. Need to figure out where to buy this one. And I need to figure out where the... What's that shit called again? Vengeful, right? It was the Vengeful. I need to figure the Vengeful one out too. Alright, so...
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
And I don't want to buy everything because I'm running out of money and I'm worried I'm not going to have enough if I do eventually find it. So nothing here. Verify over here.
See what's left of my wares. Iron wealth.
I went to that place and I didn't see it. Alright, I went here. It wasn't here.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Like, Restless, Rune. Let's not talk about it. I looked at it, didn't realize that's what it was. Ignore the fact that I looked right at it 20 times and I didn't realize that's what I was looking for because I was looking for Spectre the whole time. Actually, I didn't even remember what I was looking for. I just hovered over all of them. And you said the other one was in Bloodgrove? Thank you. Like, you guys giving me the answer is basically the equivalent of me going to Googling it, but at least this way we're interacting and we're talking with each other. I want to, Cap, but I'm running out of money, so I'm kind of worried about it. Wait, did I buy it here? You said Bloodgrove. Somebody said I could craft it. But I'm assuming it also drops from mobs. But yes, I wanted to buy them all, but like I said, I was worried I was going to run out of money. What? What? Oh my god, I don't want to be a video game tester. Dude, have y'all ever seen that fucking anime of the video game tester that gets stuck in a video game? And he's just walking around face planting into like walls and just sliding across the ground and just doing stupid shit the whole fucking anime? That's what I feel like right now. I'm so fucking frustrated. Being content, I'm just bashing my face into a wall over and over again. Like, well, I was about to go south before you said something, but oh. Okay. Go this way. This is so annoying. There is an anime for everything now, Canada. You're not wrong. Don't leave me alone. I'm fucking bashing my face into fucking rocks over here. Leave me alone. Oh, finally. Okay. I did not see this little nipple. Okay. What the fuck? Okay, that's sick. Did I just buy the sword itself, or is there actually... I just buy the sword, right? Yo, solo leveling was fire. So I'm just gonna buy this since no one really confirmed or denied. I don't see the recipe. I'm just gonna buy it.
Put it to good use. Come see what's left of my wares.
I like solo leveling more. Fair Room was good. It had more comedy to it, but I like the action and the fight scenes more in solo leveling. It's just more my aesthetics of combat. Granted, Fear and did have a pretty cool couple fight scenes, like towards the end, where they were fighting like the real big bad guys, where she took it a little bit more serious. But yeah, it was pretty good. They both were pretty good. I prefer the solo leveling badass fucking fight scenes. Was the solo leveling game bad? I didn't even know they had a game. Well, I didn't find the other secret, so that ain't happening. Whatever. Honestly, normally secrets don't really interest me all that much. It's cool, but it's not my like reason for playing games and stuff. Didn't realize I completed that quest. Yeah, oh, I do, Black. If I don't instantly like run across something that stands out as like, oh hey, that could be possibly the end, I'm just like whatever. I don't fucking care. Alright, now that I spent fucking eternity getting to this point, now I don't have enough money.
Bring me back any blueprints you find.
Come see what's
I think I have stuff to sell. Crazy, bro. I am contemplating between two-hander or shield later. Maybe going back to a shield later could be cool. Okay, this one's kind of cool. Oathbreaker Flame, 2 set bonus, kind of cool. Oathbreaker Flame's an explosive round teaming with dark power. Seems kind of cool. I mean, maybe we'll hold on to it for now. Just see if it's kind of cool later on. Get rid of those. I wonder, is this second item? So this is the guard. The other one's probably a weapon, right? Kind of combos. I'm not a huge fan that it's chaos damage because I'm not going to be running chaos damage, but kind of looks cool. All right. Anyway, here's bleed physical. This is just a random book offhand, which I probably shouldn't use. It's biz, fire, no conversion. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. That. Tempting. This is tempting. Hold on to it for a second. I can't wear it for a little bit, but it's tempting. New metal, not, I mean, 36 elemental damage. We might be able to put this on temporarily. Should give us a little bit more damage. How? What does this give us? Oh, 30 fire damage. Okay. And this gives us 36 Ellie. Why is this? What? Why is this more damage? Interesting. Okay, well, we'll just get rid of it. What is this? Legendary one-handed axe. Nothing great. Dawn of Light, lightning. Get rid of this. Hopefully we end up with enough money. This one seems pretty decent. Compared to our green one, at least. I mean, actually, I think our blue one's worse. 42 Ellie with attack speed versus almost 60 fire on the other one. I'll try them both. Bro, I don't understand damage numbers in this game. Somehow this is stronger. Oh, because of the +3 to my ability. Alright, so I guess we're not going to use this. This one doesn't have the ability we want on it. This one does. 50 LA with added lightning. Do you think this one could be better at level 70? Oh shit, that's a lot of fire damage. But it's Righteous Fever, which we won't be using. Yeah, we'll hold on to it just in case. What about this? Amulet, Acid, and Ellie and stuff. We do need a new amulet. This one gives nothing great. What about this one? This one just burn, or fire and burn. His damage quarter to fire, that's pretty good. Might be okay. We'll get rid of this. This. Get rid of this. This. Yeah. Lightning. Okay, so that's that. Get rid of these. Not even gonna read them. This one's almost good. I just feel like I'm gonna lose too much resist switching off of that one, so not worth it. Alright. Olio. We still don't have enough money. Well. Yep, that's fun. Gotta go farm money. Glad we bought all those recipes, guys. Glad we bought all those recipes. How am I gonna, like, so the question, Canada, sorry, I was reading a lot. Are you asking how long I'm gonna play it today, or how long I'm gonna play it in general? Yeah, I will say, kept the same color scheme from like items to items can be a little annoying. Like, they should be distinguished a little bit better, either with an icon or a color. I will agree with that too. Mate, you told me you rated the Sanctum 22 earlier. I don't know if you heard me, but I said congrats. That's pretty insane. You're gonna call it the night, Dig? All right, man. I appreciate you. Have a good rest of your night. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out and chilling with us. Hope you had fun. In general, Canada. So we have 6 days in. Typically, I like to play a game for about 2 weeks before I make or break. You know what it is, but a lot of the playtime has to do with how the game is playing, how much enjoyment I'm getting out of it. If something else comes up that I've been waiting on, so like let's say I'm playing this, and then a new Path of the Exiles League comes out. I'm gonna drop this to play Path of the Exiles for a little while, and by the time I play Path of the Exiles till I get bored, which is usually like a week or two, if I don't feel the urge to come back and play this game, I won't. But if I do feel the urge to come back and play it, that means I'm enjoying it enough to want to come back and play it, right? So I typically jump around games between every 2 to 4 weeks. It just depends on release dates of things, when things come out, when I start something, and then at the end of every month, I do a community night with people that have been here for a little while, and we'll do community games together for a night or two. Really, Cap? That sucks. I have heard of Blue Protocol. Actually, I don't even know if you guys can hear me right now because you guys are probably in an ad. So I'm going to wait a few minutes here. Back from the ad. So I haven't looked at the mods per se, Canada, but supposedly they do add a little bit of freedom to the game, a little bit of customization, a little bit more stuff to explore and have more fun, and then they have quality of life mods and stuff. So I would say at a certain point, using the mods would extend the life of the game for sure. And I have heard of Blue Protocol, but I've never played it. I don't think it's going to be my cup of tea, but maybe one day we'll jump into it if we have nothing else to play. Oh, it's same as mushrooms? Interesting. Okay, mate. Hell yeah, that's crazy. Congrats. And yes, like Mate said, I don't really do mods all that much myself. Personally, I don't really like it. But I do see the appeal to it. For a lot of people will like it and will use it. It does have some sort of extension to the life of a game for sure. Oh, is the public beta coming out? Interesting. I thought it was already out like a while back. Yeah, I definitely will play this for at least, like, bare minimum, Canada, I'll play it for at least another week. Because I want, like, when I play a game, I like to play it not to the end, not to fully completion, but when I start something, I want to get to the end game, quote unquote. Like, I don't want to be min-max, I don't want to be perfect or anything like that. I want to get to the point where you are farming for the in-game items and you're doing that type of a grind to kind of see how it feels and kind of get my characters set up and somewhat playing before I make or break a decision on if the game is fun or not. Yeah, and usually that averages out somewhere between 50 and 100 hours on a game. And I think I have a decent amount of hours on this game. but I don't think I'm quite there. Yeah, I have 50 hours, so I would say at least another week or so. And you know, sometimes I'll give up on a character and I'll try another character and I'll try and speed run back to where I was because I just might not be liking the character. So on ARPGs, I tend to typically play them a little longer than MMORPGs when I'm first trying them out, because the experience on an ARPG is complete night and day difference from build to build, versus if you're playing an MMORPG, running the dungeon, no matter if you're playing a different build or not, it's still the same dungeon. It's still the same experience. It's just you're doing a different role. So you kind of already understand like how the game will play in an MMO with one character through than playing multiple characters through. Now, there's a caveat to that. Obviously, playing a tank versus a healer is a night and day difference. Playing a DPS versus a tank, obviously night and day difference. But you're still playing the same fights. You know, you're still doing the same mechanics. You're still doing the same things. The quests are still the same. You know, everything's basically the same. It's just the experience of getting through it might be night and day difference between the different builds and characters you're playing. It's the same thing true with ARPGs. But I feel like ARPGs is just they're apples and oranges almost when it comes to that, because trying to push through a campaign in an ARPG on a build can be damn near impossible playing like a support build, versus if you're playing a support in an MMORPG, you have the ability to actually party with somebody. Like obviously you can do that in this game. You can group up with people and play the support role and they carry you through it and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of overlap. Like I said, I'm kind of nitpicking a little bit, but I will definitely say that like when it comes to ARPGs, the way you grind your gear and the way you play the game and the way you know, can do 99% of the game solo anyway, versus MMORPG is designed to play with other people. You typically don't need multiple characters to kind of understand if you like the game or dislike the game, versus ARPG, I feel like you need to play multiple characters to really get a solid grasp of the game to understand if you really like the game or not, right? That's kind of like where I am with most of my games in general. Most of the games I play are MMORPGs. I do play a handful of ARPGs, and I used to play a lot of FPS games and MOBAs and stuff. And I kind of have an understanding of like when I play a game, I kind of know how long it's going to take me to know if I'm going to like a game or not. And I will say, in the grand scheme of things, usually ARPGs I know within 50 to 100 hours, and MMOs I know anywhere from 100 to 200 hours. And the only reason why MMOs take longer is because getting to max level is the majority of the part, and then once you're at max level, figuring out the end game grind to get your gear is a smaller portion of the factor, and then at that point you already know if you like the game or not. But yes, I will be playing the game for a little while longer. Like I said, at least another week or two. But I only stream 3.5 days a week. So this week, like today's my last day for this week. I'll be working Monday and Tuesday. I'll be streaming Wednesday, Thursday, and then I'll be working the weekend. And then next week I'll be streaming Monday, Tuesday, and then Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So that'll be my next week of stream. It'll technically be over 2 weeks, but I'll be streaming 7 days over the 2 weeks. And I play a second character off stream. I do have another character. I call him the Walking Simulator. He basically runs 2 damaging auras while he walks around and just lets things die around him. Very slow play style. It's very simple, but it doesn't do a whole lot of damage. So, and yeah, Kep, like you said, I can play this game to a certain point, but I kind of want to wait for the DLC anyway to experience the new stuff as well to really make or break the game. But at the end of the day, for me, ARPGs they have a finite shelf life for me, just like survival games. So games like Ark Survival, Conan Exiles, and things like that, I can only play them one time through. Like I jump into them, I explore the world, I explore things, I tame things, I make a base, I level up everything, and then I'm like, all right, that was fun, and I never go back and play it again. It's just it has no replayability for me personally. ARPGs do have some replayability when they have leagues, because the leagues allow me to allow the game company, like for example Path of Exile, every league they buff and nerf skills and abilities and items, they add new skills, they change things, so it gives me a way to play the same exact build every single league, but always in a different way. Do they have leagues? I haven't got that far yet, Black. So like I said, there's a lot I need to learn about this game. There's a lot I need to experience, dive into, and explore and try out. But you know, one piece at a time. You know, that's basically what it boils down to. Take it one day at a time, one item at a time, and we'll figure it out one piece at a time. And eventually, I'll get to a point where something else will catch my attention, and I'll want to go play that for a little while. And then if I'm still feeling the urge to come back, we will. That's basically what it boils down to. GripDownLeague.com. Oh, it's not like not like built-in leagues. Oh man, my legs. But yeah, if you hang out, Gannon, also thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. If I didn't already say that, I do appreciate the follow. I do appreciate you coming in, hanging out, and joining us. Hope you are having a good time and enjoying it. So I need to do some more quests, I guess. Collect the royal jelly from wasp hives. Eh? Okay, that's not what we're looking. Okay, so what's this one? This is the Lost Oasis beyond the Valley of the Chosen. I want to say it's up here, right? Okay, so where do I go? Get there. It says beyond the Valley of the Chosen, but I don't see Valley of the Chosen as a teleport. Okay, I guess this is it. Is it down here? Yeah, I need to farm money so I can make the relic. Spend all that time buying all that stuff and running around and everything to then not have enough money to actually craft it. And then I need to farm more money so I can buy the rest of those recipes from all the other vendors. Wait, what thingy? Huh? What thing? Huh? Huh? Oh, that's a different one. Okay. We haven't got to that one yet. That's for like forgotten things. Oh, it is playing dead. Oh, how the fuck? I'm so lost. The relic? I can't make the relic yet. Like, I can put on the other relic. I can put on the haunt relic. I can put this one on. But I can't put on the other one because now I don't have enough cold or lightning rose. But I can't put on the other one because I didn't have the money to craft it. I need 250,000. I don't have enough yet. I don't understand what I'm supposed to do here. Yeah, I mean, I bought too many things.
So I guess we come back to this one. Okay, let's do this first. We had to find some people in Temple of Osgore. We were there the other day. But yeah, so we're gonna have to farm up some money. This is why we're gonna just be doing quests, get the rest of our money to make our relic. And we still gotta figure out what we're gonna attach to our gear. To like sort out some of our resistances and stuff. Maybe juice out a little bit more of our damage or something. Yeah, we gotta figure out what we want to do. I do want to try and get to like 100% armor absorption. I just don't know what I need to do to acquire that much. I think there's only a couple augments and stuff I can attach that give a little bit of armor absorption. I don't have a ton of armor, but I think it'll help a lot with damage reduction, so... Okay, so that should be done. Yeah, and then I need to farm even more so I can buy the rest of the recipes. So that's gonna take a while. Dude, I totally thought I was done with quests today, and I ran into so many of them. It's unreal how many quests I've run into. But we need a ton of money to finish all that up. Okay, well that's taken care of. All right, what's our next quest? Valley of the Chosen. Sunburn Oasis to the east to the docks. Guess I gotta do something over here. What do we gotta do? We're gonna retrieve a tomb of Stumping. Is this an important quest?
So, Canada, if you're still hanging out, appreciate you still being here. Quick question. So you say you're playing an Oathbreaker, Inquisitor, Paladin. What exactly is your build though? Like, what skills are you using? If you don't mind me asking. Okay, but like, are you using the Cyclone build that I'm using, like skill, or are you using like Righteous Feather or whatever? I mean, anything works, honestly. Like, I'm going full fire conversion myself. We're twins, twinsies. Yeah, so what I'm doing is I'm gonna get 100% fizz converted to fire. I don't know, Bear, maybe you can answer this for me. If I'm converting 100% of my fizz damage to fire, can I also convert my lightning damage to fire? In the right area. Yeah, so I'm assuming you're using Eye of Reckoning to like wave clear like I am, and then you're using Righteous Bever for single target. Yeah, I just remember Hab when I was reading something about fizz or conversions that it made a comment that you can't daisy chain them, right? So you can't do fizz to fire and then fire to cold. It'll cap out and just it says, hey, you have 100% physical to fire, and that's all it does. It doesn't convert it from fire to cold from there. But I did see somewhere else there's a skill that literally says 100% of fizz converted to this element and 100% of fire converted to this element. Where was it? Right here. 100% of physical damage converted to acid, and then 100% of fire damage converted to vitality. So I'm wondering, as long as you don't daisy chain them, they work. But if you try to convert both two different things to the same one, will there be a problem? Okay, so the reason I was asking Canada is Cyclone itself, like Eye of Reckoning, it does more damage. For me, it does more damage than Righteous of Forever. Righteous of Forever is a single target skill unless you juice into it to get like some sort of arc on it or something to do area of a damage. But if you're running Righteous Feather and you want to use that skill, make sure you're picking up Smite. The reason why is Smite procs off of default weapon attacks, and this is technically a default weapon attack. And then it has a chance when you attack to proc Smite, which is an AoE attack, which adds extra damage to what you're already doing. All right, thanks, Ad. So if you're going this route, I would highly recommend running Smite. If you're running a shield, make sure you grab Safeguard as well, because it'll add more damage. But then get your fizz damage converted to fire and then start scaling fire. That'll work really well for you. But I don't know if it's worth going Righteous Feather and Eye of Reckoning, because they're kind of two different aspects using the same stats, but deciding between using one versus the other, like, yes, this is more of a single target, and this is more of a mobbing, like mobbing kind of style skill, so you can technically use one for mobbing and map clearing while the other one is used specifically for bosses. I just ran into a period where my Cyclone was doing way more damage than my Righteous Feather, so I just took it off. And I just removed it completely because it didn't do nearly as much damage as I was with Eye of Reckoning. So mess with it, see what you feel. I just wanted to give you that information that if you are running this, make sure you're adding Smite to it. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend alternating between Righteous Fever and Eye Reckoning in the middle of mobs. The only time I would ever, like me personally, if I was playing like, you know, the combination, I would use this to kill like groups of mobs. And when you got down to a single like hard mob, like a boss or a unique or something like that, that's when you switch over and you start Righteous Fevering them just to kill them. That's kind of how I would do it. Right. But also make sure you pick this up. Get down here, pick this up, and get to the end. Make sure you also, you know, pick this up because it'll reduce their fizz resistance and their LA resist, which will make you do more damage. And then grab this. This is huge fire increase, huge crit damage increase. You use Eye of Reckoning for range? Really? It's not a range skill though. Spinning skill with like small radius. Interesting. I know, that's just my my suggestion. Play it how you want. Test things how you want. It's just like from my personal experience, that's what I've run into is juice into one skill or the other. It's kind of hard to hybrid into both early. But like I said, specifically if you are gonna go Righteous Fever, you 1000% need to have Smite to go with it. It's what's gonna make it strong. So Lightning Convert is a waste. Interesting. It's weird that it does that. Yeah, so that's weird then. That you have a Fizz converted to Lightning and then Fire converted to Lightning as an item. Like I'm gonna show this on stream really quick. This is the item that Hab's running, which is an awesome item, don't get me wrong. But you see, the item specifically states Fizz damage converted to Lightning and Fire damage converted to Lightning. That's weird, right? If what you're saying is true there, that if you convert two different things to the same element, one of them is wasted, this means this is like a dead item. It does. I agree, Hab. But I was asking specifically about conversions, right? If I have a sword that says converts 100% of Fizz damage, not specifically for Eye of Reckoning, but converts 100% of Fizz damage to lightning damage, right? And then I had another one that said, hey, convert all my fire damage to lightning damage as well. Bear was saying that the second one would be wasted. It wouldn't work. Yeah, Canada. So the way the conversions work, you can't go over 100%. So if you have, let's say you have 60% Fizz damage converted to cold, and then you had another item that said 60% Fizz damage converted to fire, they would either do a 50-50 instead of 60-60, or it would do a 60-40. I don't know which one would go first, but one of them would convert at 60 and one of them would convert at 40. Or they'd do a 50-50. I don't know exactly where they would draw the line there, but it won't go above 100%. No. The percentage fire damage is good, right? So when you're looking at your second sheet here, where it has the percentage modifiers, these are good. These can go as high as you want. 300, 600, 800, 900%. These are fine. We're talking about specifically where the item says physical damage converted to a different thing, right? So you see them like towards the bottom of mine, it says physical damage converted to fire damage to smite. So my smite would convert all of my fizz damage on smite to fire damage specifically. But at the top of my weapon, you see how it says 50% of physical damage converted to fire? Just organically, on my character itself, all of my fizz damage, 50% of it is instantly being converted to fire damage right off the bat. Just in general. Right? That can't go above 100%. right? I can't convert more than 100% of physical damage to fire. It's impossible. Or to any type of thing. So since I have 50% here, if I had another item that said 60%, it wouldn't be 110% conversion. It would be 100%, but one of them would be capped out at 50. The other one would be capped out at, or one would be 40, one would be 60, one would be 50, one would be 50, something like that. Yeah, and that's what I was also thinking, Habs. I think it's two different things we're talking about here. As your gloves work, the reason yours guarantee work is because the first part of Eye of Reckoning has fizz and fire on it. So your fizz is being converted to lightning, right? I think that's what it said, right? Fizz to lightning. Yeah. And it has a secondary part where it says fire damage. So that fire damage is then being converted to lightning as well. It's not a generic conversion like my weapon at the top here was 50%, right? It's two different conversions. One is a skill damage conversion and one is a flat damage conversion. So I think that's where we're getting lost here. You're gonna have to, Canada. Some of the stuff gets very complicated, very confusing. But my question, I guess I'll have to reword my question is for the generic conversions. I can't go if I go 100% fire or fizz to fire, I can't do the extra, lightning to fire as well. I can only do one or the other. But if I get an item like Cab has, where it's telling me the skill specifically will convert that type to that type, then technically I can fully convert both damage types to one type. But it has to be on an item specifically stating that that skill does that. That's my assumption. In order to get it to work the way I think it should work. Because those gloves would make my build, I would obviously have to convert from fire damage to lightning damage, which is I'm perfectly fine with. But that would allow me to just straight stack lightning damage instead of having to hybrid it. You're off to bed? Alright, Topher, I appreciate you, man. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for being here. Hope you had a good time. We will be back on Wednesday and Thursday, Topher, so we'll see you then. If you need me in the meantime, hit me up in the Discord. As always. But it was a pleasure, man. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, thanks for the lurk as well. Super appreciated. And no, Canada, you can't convert already converted damage, supposedly. Supposedly. Don't quote me on this. It's just something I read that if you convert... Okay, maybe you can convert portions of it. Like, for example, I think it... Okay, it depends. There's two types of conversions in this game, Canada. There's skill damage conversion and there's flat damage conversion, right? Flat means like on this weapon at the top it says fizz damage converted to fire. Those flat conversions can only go to a maximum of 100%. Right? So if you had 50% fizz damage converted to fire, but then you also had 50% fizz damage converted to lightning, it would work. But if you had 60 and 60, one of them would be 40, one of them would be 60. Because they can only go to a maximum of 100. You can't go above 100%. But you see at the bottom of my weapon here, where it says 100% of physical damage converted to fire to smite. That's converting the damage of smite specifically, not my character, but the skill damage, right? I don't think it's random. I think there's a specific order. I don't know the exact mathematical order in the background, but I'm pretty sure there's a specific order on which one does which. Unless they thought that far ahead and they decided to generalize it. That is a possibility as well. Where they say if both of them are 60%, they're both now dummied down to 50% instead of one being higher than the other. I don't know exactly on that answer specifically. I haven't read that information. But I do know that it won't go above 100%. I just don't know in which order they percentage, the percentages are calculated. Like, does fire go before lightning? Does it go? Does cold come first? Does lightning come first? Like, I don't know which one comes first technically in the order, or if they generalize them both. I think they have a form post. Someone gave me one the other day. Bear, were you the one that gave me the conversion one the other day? You gave me a link, I think, that showed me like how the conversion works, how the conversion happens before any of the percentages are increased or added in. Also, as well, Canada. Is it an official one? I think it was the official one that you gave me. It was like an actual well written out like thing. But in other ARPGs, Canada, you know how like you can, if you have a conversion like fizz the fire conversion 100%, but you can juice the physical damage increasements, which then trickle down into the fire damage. Doesn't work that way in this game. The conversion happens before your percentage increases are added in, right? So in other games, it would be like, okay, you have 137 fizz damage, so that damage is going to be boosted by your physical modifier 400%. So that turns your fizz damage to like closer to 500-600 damage, right? Then it would convert to fire damage. That's how other games work. This game doesn't do that. If you have 100% physical damage converted to fire, this modifier, the percentage modifier, is 0. It literally is wasted. It does nothing. It doesn't help you. It doesn't give you any type of damage. So you got to be careful when you're converting your stuff and what percentages you have on your gears. That was from the official website. Okay, yeah. If you can find that again, Bear, I'll post that so Canada can read it. Does that help me out a lot? To know that conversion is good. In a lot of cases. So take this for example. I have Reckoning. See how it does fizz and fire, right? So you can either option A, scale both fizz and fire separately on your gear with like a piece of gear that has like this, where it has percentage fizz and percentage fire. You can get gear that scales both, so you're doing both damage types simultaneously, and that's acceptable. Or you can specialize in a specific either fizz or fire and convert all of the one to the other in order to hyper focus on one stat to juice it really high. So what I'm saying is the base fizz damage is what gets converted, and then this base number will get added to whatever it gets converted to, and then whatever it's converted to, then it takes on that multiplier. It doesn't take on the multiplier from the previous one first. So in a case like this, where I'm converting to fire, I would want no other modifiers but percentage to fire. If I have percentage to cold or percentage to lightning or percentage to acid or fizz damage, all of that is wasted because I have 100% converted to fire. The modifier does increase it, but only if it's the modifier for what's doing the damage. Does that make sense? Okay. And that's why I was saying that the main thing is like, if you're doing 100% conversion, this is where it really falls into place. If you're doing a 50% conversion, or if you're doing like a partial conversion, the percentages still help, but it only helps what's not being converted. Yeah, so basically what I'm saying, to break it down a little bit more Bam Bam style, is This skill, see how it says 500 physical damage? If I was to convert 100% phys damage, this skill would read as 0 phys damage. Right? And then what it would do is it would look at my modifier. It would be like, okay, how much physical damage does this character have? Like base. In its base form, how much damage does Eye of Reckoning have? Right? So in its base form, Eye of Reckoning at level 16 has 89 to 90 phys damage. Obviously, if you level it up to 26, it goes a little higher. It would take this number, it would add it to fire damage, right? And then the fire damage percent you have would then be calculated in to that base number, the overall base number you have, right? But if you have physical modifiers, it does nothing. You could have 1,000,000 physical damage modifier percent, and it wouldn't give you a single extra point of damage for your Eye of Reckoning because 100% of the damage is being converted to fire before this modifier is being calculated in. Because in the mathematical equation, it says base damage is being converted to blah times by whatever that damage like the damage that it's being converted to times that modifier. Right. So if it says you have 100 phys damage being with 100% of it being converted to fire, then it goes down and says, how much fire percent do you have? Okay, you have 1,000,000 fire percent. Boom, 1,000,000 damage, right? But then it would say you have 0 phys damage going across, being multiplied by 1,000,000 phys damage equals 0 still. So it wouldn't give you anything because the conversion happens first. It just says, how much damage does it have? What's it being converted to? Okay. How much? Okay, so 40% is being converted here, 60% is being converted here. Okay, the 40%. This is the base number, gets multiplied by its percent. Boom. This one gets multiplied by its percent. Add them together. Cool. But if it's 100%, this is what I'm saying. The caveat is 100% conversion. That's the caveat, which is like the catch-all. If you do a 100% conversion, whatever is being converted to is the only modifier that matters. Even though the skill specifically says it has physical damage, it will lose all of its physical damage. I gotta pee. And we are about done for the night, so I'm not gonna keep going. I'll keep talking, but we're done with playing the game. Yeah, and like I said, that's only if it's 100%. If you do an 80%, or you do a 60%, or you do a 50% conversion, like I said, this one does 50%, the phys percent will still help. Because I'm still doing physical damage. So. Oh, my summons are level 1 and they kill things. My summons actually do a lot of damage. Kind of funny. Do they scale with player? Really? That's cool. Oh, man. Oh, God. So, one thing I will say as well, Canada, I wanted to play an Inquisitor as this character specifically because I wanted to play a fire build. Kind of like I'm playing now, but I wanted to play with an Inquisitor because the Inquisitor, I think it's like right here, is like its end ability. Because you can only have one exclusive. He has an exclusive one that's like Sensor of Aura or Aura of Sensus or something like that. It basically does fire damage in an area around him, like on a every couple seconds it does a tick and it like applies a burn damage and it hits him. but it also reduces their elemental resist. So I wanted to play this Eye of Reckoning with 100% conversion to fire, and then I wanted to have these guys for Ellie Rip plus the aura senses for even more elemental resist rip, and then all the fire percent that I'm going to be adding will scale the aura and the burn damage and everything, plus like scaling this, and that's kind of how I was going to play it. And I was just going to spin to win and just have the aura doing extra damage around me. It was going to be pretty cool. And then, like I said, I was running into energy sustain problems, so somebody recommended I go Arsonist, and I didn't realize once I put points into put 1 point into a class, I couldn't refund the class, so I got stuck with Arcanist, which, you know, low key, it's working. I'm okay with it. Not bad. It's good still, so I'm not hating it. Could have definitely picked something slightly better, but it's not a bad thing because it does have this skill, which is really good. I do need one more point here though. And then double check this. Ages of Men here? What's that? Oh, the shield. Okay, I was so confused. I'm like, this isn't range though. Yeah, the shield throw was nuts. I used that to level. Literally, this was my main skill all the way up to like level 30. This shit was awesome. Between all the bounces and everything, it did a lot of damage and it was ranged. It was so good at kiting bosses and stuff. Super good. This is what I used to level. I hated this skill. It got me killed way too much. But I wasn't using Smite with it, so that's probably why I sucked with it. And I really sucked at the game back then. But yeah, this is really cool skill. I really like this skill. I just don't like the cooldown on it. Cooldown on it kind of sucks. If you get the cooldown down, it's actually pretty good. Gives Beyblade? Wait, how so? How does this give Beyblade? Because this would be Beyblade. Yo, yeah. Eye of Reckoning is spin to win. It's whirlwind. Yeah. That's why I was saying, like, if you are using this for single target, this is actually really good for mob clearing, because you can just spin through the mobs and kill all the like lower tier mobs, and then when you're left with just the boss, you just hold left click on him with Righteous Favor and just whoop his ass. But this is really good for like clearing out all the little guys, so you don't have to worry about all the little guys while you're moving, because if you're moving and doing damage, you're less likely to take damage because you're dodging a lot of spells and abilities and you're not standing still, just eating damage. It keeps you indirectly safe by moving the whole time, which is why I like skills like this. Instead of using this, like you could opt checking this off because you say you don't even use it anyway, to this, trying this skill just for mob clear, and then using this for all of your like boss kills. You know, this plus this, and like juicing into this a little bit. You could really get this like juicing. And like I said, if you're using a one-hander with a shield, make sure you pick up Safeguard. It'll give you a huge amount of damage increase. And then as you get closer to the end, make sure you pick up 1 point here and then 12 points here, and that'll really give you a huge boost in damage. And if you want to get an aura... Oh, where the fucking mosquito went. Sorry if I scared you guys. I'm trying to kill a mosquito. Yeah, this is an aura. You get 1 point here, you know, just to get it activated. That gives you a little bit of regen, but then you can get to this, which gives you flat HP increase and then healing effect increase and more block chance. So once again, if you're using a shield, gives you some more sustain and health, or not health, but like survivability. And then you go a step further and it gives you a bunch of fizz damage addition, which increases your damage even further. So another little buff, and then this is like a 1-pointer, no-brainer. We get below 66% life. This procs for 5 seconds. It gives you more health effect increase, physical damage resistance, max resistances. You can increase this if you want, but this is decent. I would also put 1 point into this if you want movement. It's like a shield charge almost, but you can charge into a group of mobs, get a little bit more movement abilities and stuff going on. So if you're in the middle of a huge pack of mobs and you want to go to the other side, you can probably like shield charge to the other side, other than having to use your dodge every time. Yeah, the dash is really, I haven't picked it up, but it's really nice looking. But yeah, I would probably, if you're not using this, I would refund this, and I'd pick up Eye of Reckoning for sure. Because you could just single target everything down with this plus Smite. It's just, in my opinion, it's relatively slow in comparison to just spinning through them. Spacebar. Just hit spacebar, wherever your mouse is, it'll jump to it. It's got a cooldown on it. It's this button right here. But it jumps towards your mouse. Wait, how am I doing damage to things just by standing here? Yeah, it's right here. Whatever the button is in the middle here, because you have this one, which is your health potion, which by default is R for me. The one on the right is your energy potion, which is E for me. And then the middle one here is called Evade. And it has mine says SP, which is spacebar. Now you can come down to your bar down here and you can add it. It's called Evade. You can add it to any one of the buttons down here that you want. You can just place it to whatever you want. You can do that as well. What is ticking damage? I don't have anything that does damage, do I? Is it divine? Is it the divine thing? Is it this? Oh, it is. Internal trauma, right? For over 7 seconds. Oh, interesting. Wait, how do you not have this on your bar? Can you not, like, select the bar and just find evade? Oh, I killed the mosquito! Fuck you! Yes! You fuck mosquito! Sorry guys, I got really excited that I killed the mosquito. I don't think it's level locked. Hold on. According to Google, Grim Dawn Evade is a movement skill that is automatically available to all characters regardless of class or expansion ownership. It is not something you obtain through a quest or item or specific action. Instead, it is a basic dodge skill that can be bound to a key or button for quick use. Everybody should have it. Yo, Black, thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate it. We are about to jump off here. It's 5 a.m. This is the end of my stream. You gotta go. Have a good one. All right, I appreciate you, Black. Like I said, thank you for joining the community and following us, and appreciate you for all the help and advice and tips and tricks and everything. I hope you had a good time. We are gonna get out of here. We won't be back live until Wednesday, but if you did enjoy Black and you want to join us, we do have a Discord. Nightbot just posted it. The only thing I ask is don't be a dick. If you ever have any gaming questions, ever want to help somebody out, share something, show something off, or just chat, feel free to add me in the Discord anytime, or anybody else. And also, if you haven't checked out the YouTube, I'd appreciate that as well. We do live stream to both YouTube and Twitch simultaneously, so if you guys wouldn't mind helping me out with the YouTube as well, I'd appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Have a good rest of your day. Talk to you guys later, or talk to you later, and yeah, hope you had a good time. Anyway, yeah, with that said, that's basically my closing argument. Same thing I just said to Black, but to all of you. If you guys do have any gaming questions, you guys do have any questions, you guys need any help with something, you want to share something, show something off, or just ask something, feel free to add me in the Discord anytime. When I'm not streaming, I do work, and when I do work, I work from home, so I'm still sitting on my computer, so feel free to add me anytime. And when I'm awake and available, I will definitely answer you if somebody else doesn't. And like I just said, I do multi-stream to YouTube and Twitch, and I do have a couple YouTube videos that we have put up. So if you guys do have wouldn't mind going and checking it out, you know, maybe giving a thumbs up, watching a video or two, sharing it with a friend, you know, helping me out in any way, shape, or form, I would appreciate that. So, where's that article? Oh yeah. Bear, do you have that article from the official? I don't remember what it was called. Yeah, hold on. Let me see if I can find it. I think it was this website. Yeah, I think it's here. So this has basically everything you could probably want. But if you like look on the side here, it tells you about the armor, hit and crit chance, weapon percents, flat damage versus percent damage, LA damage, current life damage, life steal, blah 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 blah. But right here under the advanced mechanics, it has the conversion list. And like I said, I can kind of like I said, all this kind of explains it, but when you get to the bottom, kind of just tells you, like gives you like the cliff notes, right? The order of events for conversion are as follows: base skill with the skill modifiers, and then the conversion modifiers, and then it's the global conversion. So this is like conversion modifiers or transmutes, which is like the skill conversions, I'm pretty sure. And then it's got the global ones, which is like the weapon I have for 50%. And then it's got the damage, percentage damage on equipment, and then the auras and passives. It's kind of complicated and kind of convoluted, but it says no matter where the conversion occurs, though, it is only applied once. What that means is that if the skill's damage is converted to another damage type via skill conversion, then its damage cannot be converted a second time via global conversion. AKA, my weapon at the bottom says physical damage converted to fire, right? 100% of the physical damage from smite gets converted to fire. So that means if I have something that says fire damage converted to another type, it will do nothing because it's already being converted to fire, right? And it says it. So if a skill transmute from ether damage to chaos damage, then 30% of chaos damage dealt as fire global conversion will not have no effect. Well, basically will have no effect. So that's basically saying if the skill transmutes it or converts it to from ether to chaos damage, then if you have a 30% conversion, it won't do anything because it's already being converted via the skill itself. And then likewise the other way around. If you use a global conversion to change a damage type to another type, the resulting damage cannot be converted again, no double dipping. For example, if the global conversion changes fire damage to cold damage, you then cannot use global conversion again to then turn the cold damage to lightning damage. Like I said, down here is basically gives you the clip notes. Up here, it kind of gives you the long-winded long backstory of it all, but the cliff notes right down here is really what matters. So that's why I was saying before, like if you have it, like with Hab's piece of armor that he has, this one right here, this one specifically works because it is specific to the skill itself, not globally, right? Globally would be up here. Like my weapon says 50% fizz converted to fire. That's just generic. So if I don't have something that converts, it will generically convert 50% of the fizz damage to fire. But if I have a pair like this where it's converting physical damage to lightning and then it's converting fire damage to lightning on the skill, both of these will work. So then any fizz percent increasements and any fire damage percent increasements will do nothing for my Eye of Reckoning going forward. So the only thing that will increase the damage of Eye of Reckoning is lightning damage or elemental damage. Elemental damage does lightning as well. Right? That's the only way to scale the damage of Eye of Reckoning at this point with this item is lightning damage specifically. But there's other items that do similar things for different skills and different elements and stuff. So you could find something that suits your criteria that works for you. Anyway, I really got to pee. I want to go get ready for breakfast. I got to read my emails. I got to get ready for bed. Everything else, like I said, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. We're about to get into an ad. I'm gonna let the ad finish before I turn off the stream, but I appreciate you guys a lot. Like I said, we will be back on Wednesday and Thursday. If you need me in the meantime, hit me up in the Discord. If you don't mind going to check out the YouTube, give me a sub, give me a thumbs up, share it with a friend, comment, anything would be appreciated. Watch a video or two. Any support would be appreciated. We're trying to get to 1,000 subs so we can actually monetize it. Eventually we get there, that'd be great. If not, it doesn't really matter. I'm not doing this to make money. I'm doing this just to support my gaming habit and be with you guys. But I do appreciate you guys a lot. Like I said, I hope you guys enjoyed. Have a good rest of your day, good rest of your week, and hopefully we see you again on Wednesday and Thursday. Appreciate you guys. Hit me up in Discord if you need me. Bye 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 bye. See you guys later.